Chapter 2578. Rumble. Both of their attacks collided within a meter. The terrifying power sent both of them flying. Ling Xiao wasn't having a good time, and Po wasn't having a good time either. Although Ling Xiao was restrained and poisoned by the Black Death demonic poison, and Po's attack was more powerful. In the end, both of their conditions were basically the same. Ling Xiao's male and female 8 immortal swords were sent flying. He fell to the ground and looked like he was on the verge of death. Ling Xiao had never suffered such a serious injury since he stepped into the Black Tortoise continent. Today was really a day of suffering. The intense pain made him feel like he was suffocating. The potential in his cells was gushing out crazily from this attack, constantly attacking his body. However, he had no way to control this energy. It was really a bit depressing compared to Ling Xiao, and Po's situation wasn't much better. And Po was hit by Ling Xiao's most powerful attack. Both of his legs were broken and blood was flowing out of his body. However, this guy's cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, and he had many more tricks up his sleeve. He actually abandoned the Earth Demon's body and took out a brand new body from his storage ring. It was clearly a body that he had prepared long ago for possession. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're finished. Crazy laughter came from the brand new body. However, Ling Xiao could tell that the process of Dark Soul's possession would take at least 10 minutes. Because he was hit, his soul was also affected. It was basically impossible for him to recover in a short time. And these 10 minutes were his chance. At this time, Lin Ruoxian, who was in shock, was the first to recover. He rushed to Ling Xiao's side and threw a blood spirit pill into Ling Xiao's mouth. He used his internal energy to stimulate the pill's effect. After all, Ling Xiao's injuries were so serious that he couldn't even digest the blood spirit pill. Moon Death, stop and pa. He's very weak right now, Lin Ruoxian shouted as he was treating Ling Xiao's injuries. Of course, Dark Pa didn't want Ling Xiao to recover. Even if he wasn't strong enough after taking over Ling Xiao's body, he still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But unfortunately, Yu Shang blocked in front of him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was injured like that because of his own incompetence, Moon Death was both sad and angry. She launched a frenzied attack, wanting to kill Enpa. Although Enpa dodged most of the attacks, he was able to stop Enpa from attacking Ling Xiao. At this moment, it was basically a competition. Let's see who can recover faster and who can recover faster. Ling Xiao looked at Enpa coldly. Although he was heavily injured, he was extremely calm. Sister Ruoxian, help me break through. This way, I'll recover faster. If he relied solely on the blood spirit pill, he would need at least 3 blood spirit pills to fully digest before he could recover. 1 blood spirit pill could only allow him to recover the ability to circulate his energy. But if he broke through, it would be a different story. If he broke through to the next realm, not only would his body recover quickly, his combat strength would also soar. By then, that old dog and Po wouldn't be his opponent at all. Moreover, he was constantly releasing the potential in his body. It would be a pity if he just let it go to waste. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. If you do that, you'll have to go through a lot of pain. Do you know that? Lin Ruoxian knew what Ling Xiao was trying to do. But if he did that, he would have to go through the most painful torture in the world. Because his body was broken, every time he circulated his energy, it would cause excruciating pain. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. I'm not crazy. I'm very calm. We don't know what other tricks Enpa has. Yu Shang can stop him for a while, but it can't stop him forever. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, we'll all die. Ling Xiao endured the pain and said, All right, I'll help you. Lin Ruoxian knew Ling Xiao too well. Once Ling Xiao decided on something, it was impossible to change his mind. Instead of arguing here, he might as well help Ling Xiao break through as soon as possible. That way, he could prevent Ling Xiao from suffering even more pain. Seeing this, Enpa laughed and said, "Idiot, you've already been poisoned by my Black Death demonic poison. You still want to break through? The Black Death demonic poison's greatest effect is its absorption of energy. Even if you don't die, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. Don't even think about breaking through." Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about what Enpa said. The Black Death demonic poison was indeed terrifying, but Ling Xiao believed that even the Black Death demonic poison was afraid of what he had. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he would just swallow it. He would let this Black Death demonic poison become his strength. Tao Tai Beast, swallow this Black Death demonic poison. A pitch-black, heavenly domain appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was vast and boundless, deep and mysterious. What's that? Enpa was stunned for a moment. He instinctively felt a sense of fear and anxiety. Could that guy really be able to get rid of my Black Death demonic poison? No, impossible. Although he said it was impossible, Enpa was very anxious. He desperately circulated his inner strength to adapt to this new body as soon as possible. At the same time, he swallowed his precious elixirs. These elixirs were refined from the blood of countless genius disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. They were even better than the blood spirit elixir. Therefore, his recovery speed instantly surpassed Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and didn't pay attention to his opponent's situation. There was only one possibility that could allow him, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death to survive. That was to break through. It was very easy to break through from the late stage of the 7th hellish stage to the peak stage of the Yin-Yang First Revolution. He only used less than 5 minutes. After all, he had suffered such serious injuries. The potential released from his cells was terrifying. However, to break through from the 7th hellish stage to the 8th hellish stage was a hurdle. It was a very big hurdle. During this process, Ling Xiao felt as if he had experienced everything from the 1st hellish stage to the 7th hellish stage. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been unable to endure that kind of pain. However, to Ling Xiao, it was nothing. He had endured more painful torture than this in the past. If he could endure it in the past, he could also endure it now. In the pitch-black tyrant universe, there was only the Broken Mountain River world. It was Ling Xiao who repaired the Broken Mountain River world bit by bit. The Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Divine Phoenix Continent, and the White Tiger Continent. The 3 continents appeared in the Mountain River world as if they were perfect replicas of the real world. Other than living beings, everything else was the same. At this moment, the Mountain River world began to show the appearance of the Black Tortoise Continent. However, it was only a small dot in the huge Black Tortoise Continent. After this dot was enlarged, it was the vast land under the jurisdiction of the 8 Immortals County. When all of this appeared, Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed to be stimulated by some kind of power. Chapter 25:79. When Ling Xiao broke through, the power of the royal heaven earth continuously flowed into his limbs and bones, complementing the effects of the blood spirit pill. In addition, he recovered after breaking through. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He broke through. He also recovered. He directly advanced from the late stage of the 7th level of hell to the early stage of the 8th level of hell. The combat power of the 8th level of hell was dozens of times higher than the 7th level of hell. At that moment, Ling Xiao was like a giant beast that could swallow the sky and destroy the sea, releasing an aura that could destroy the world. He suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, piercing through the clouds in the sky. Wind and lightning surged. The sky changed color. Lin Ruoxian was astonished by his strength. However, Anpu was terrified. Ling Xiao benefited from the disaster. Not only did he not die, but he also refined the Black Death demonic poison. Coupled with the large amount of potential in his body, he made a huge breakthrough in his cultivation. At the same time, Anpu had also regained his peak strength. However, he did not dare to fight again. Before Ling Xiao broke through, he could not suppress Ling Xiao. Instead, he was beaten to the point that he had to give up his strongest body. Now that Ling Xiao had broken through, how could he still have a chance of winning? He turned and fled in fear. He did not want to stay here for a second longer. However, Ling Xiao only looked at him indifferently. His expression was cold, and his gaze was indifferent, as if there was no killing intent. However, Anpu knew very well that he could not kill Ling Xiao just now. Now that Ling Xiao had recovered and broken through, he would definitely kill Anpu. What was dignity? What was dignity? He had escaped from Ling Xiao once, and he did not mind escaping again today. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao would not give him the chance. I spared your life on a whim, but I did not expect you to not be grateful and want to kill me instead. If not for my strong foundation, I would have been killed by you. Do you really think I will let this happen again? The wolf travels 1,000 miles. Lightning wolf. Ling Xiao's body turned into a flash of lightning and appeared behind Anpu in an instant. No matter how fast Anpu was, he could not outrun the wolf. Damn it, why did I provoke him? Why? This guy's cultivation speed was so fast, and his improvement was godly. So many people wanted to kill him, but they couldn't. He's naturally a person with great fortune. Going against him is simply courting death. It's too late now. Anpu was annoyed. If he had not made an enemy out of Ling Xiao, he would have been the strongest person in the 8 Immortals County. In the future, he might be able to live a carefree life as an ancestor of the dark race. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The lightning behind him had already caused his body to feel waves of piercing pain. He knew that he was finished. He could only desperately shout, "Help!" A figure descended from the sky. This person's cultivation was even stronger than Anpu's. He had reached the middle stage of the 8th level of hell. He was dressed in black and wore a black scarf. Obviously, he did not want others to recognize his face. Young man, where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. He didn't kill you, but helped you to break through. Why don't you spare his life? The black-clothed man was very arrogant. He spoke to Ling Xiao in an arrogant tone. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? At this moment, even if God was standing in front of Ling Xiao, he would not be able to stop him from killing Anpu. Although the black-clothed man was strong, he was nothing in Sumo's eyes. Young man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Please let him go because I think highly of you. Don't force me to do it. The black-clothed man was obviously angry, but his arrogant tone was still there. However, at the moment he said those words, a cold light flashed across his eyes. He suddenly felt that his head was separated from his body. He felt cold at the bottom of his neck. He was horrified to see his body standing there shakily. I'm dead. The black-clothed man lost his life in a daze. Even at the moment of his death, he still did not understand how Ling Xiao did it. It's your turn, and even if God is here, he won't be able to help you. Ling Xiao's sword cut off the black-clothed man's head and pierced Anpu's throat. The terrifying lightning pierced Anpu's spiritual sea. This time, Anpu could no longer transfer his soul to another body. Monster! In his final struggle, Anpu yelled out these 2 words in horror. You're right. I'm a monster. I specialize in killing bastards like you. Soul capture. The four-leaf demonic eyes released a strange demonic light. From Impo's spiritual sea, Ling Xiao obtained the information he wanted. Soul capture. Let your power become my power. At that moment, all of Impo's cultivation was integrated into Ling Xiao's body. This guy was indeed a martial artist at the early stage of the 8th level of hell in yin-yang transformation. Just soul capture alone was enough to increase Ling Xiao's cultivation by 40%. What a pity! That guy died too quickly. Soul capture could only be used on the living. It had no effect on the dead. The martial artist at the middle stage of the 8th level of hell in yin-yang transformation was already dead. He could not use this move at all. However, Ling Xiao was not greedy. He could not overdo it by relying on soul capture to increase his combat power. He had to increase it by one stage. Then he would train and make this combat power belong to him. Otherwise, if too many external combat powers accumulated, it would be impossible to get rid of them. The unlucky one would be Ling Xiao himself. After dealing with Impa, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had gained a lot from this battle. However, the process was extremely thrilling. Ling Xiao had almost walked through the gates of hell. But fortunately, he managed to pull through. This was the life of a martial artist. It was absolutely impossible for a martial artist to never encounter danger on the road of martial arts. Only after experiencing danger again, and then transforming, could one truly grow. Who sent that person just now? Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death walked over and asked Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter who sent him. What matters is that he is already dead. Ling Xiao did not want to tell Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death the truth. He was worried that it would bring danger to the two girls. It would also bring him trouble. He found out from Impo's Spirit Sea that the mastermind of this assassination was Chun Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla. As for the reason, he knew very well. However, he did not intend to expose it. He would pretend that he did not know anything for now. After all, with his current strength, he was still unable to fight against Jihyun of Silla. Sooner or later, he would take revenge. For now, he would make use of Jihyun of Silla's connections and power. This would make him safer in the Qin Kingdom. Let's go. It's time to go back. Ling Xiao hid some secrets in his heart. He brought Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back to 8 Immortal Mountain. Chapter 2580. Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary to say goodbye to his friends and family before he left. By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened today so that they won't be worried. On the way, Ling Xiao reminded Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, also, I plan to give the other 2 places to you. So, let's go to the Arcana Academy together. Continue to become stronger. I believe that you were very unhappy just now. You had the ability, but you didn't perform well because of your lack of experience. I don't want to comfort you because this is indeed your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been injured so badly. So, if you don't want me to be injured again, fight. Go to a wider world to fight. Enrich your experience and continue to strengthen your strength. Understood. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death felt much better after being reprimanded by Ling Xiao. They swore that they would never make such a mistake again. Today's incident was their biggest lesson. In a secret place in the 8 Immortals County, Anpu is dead. The people who were sent to protect him are also dead. That Ling Xiao is really surprising. He broke through again in such a short time. During this process, he didn't use the ability of the Netherworld Golden Crow, nor did he devour the demon fetus. Hong Min let Chen Kanglin lie on her lap. She was carefully tidying up the hair of the Jihyun of Silla. She was casually talking about the news she had just received. Yeah, it's amazing. I was already shocked that he could kill Inpa. It's even more amazing that he could kill the people who were sent to protect Enpua. Chun Kanglin closed his eyes and said with a smile, "It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets." "Why? Your Highness, are you tempted?" Hongmin smiled. "Yeah, as long as it's a treasure. How can I not be tempted? But don't do it now. Let's use him to help me get rid of 14th brother first. Anyway, he can't escape from me." Chun Kanglin's lips curled into a proud and confident smile, as if everything was under his control. "Will he know that we sent Enpo over?" Hongmin suddenly asked. "How could he know?" Enpo didn't say anything, and the person we sent was a death warrior who would never speak. This secret would forever be buried in the two corpses. Ling Xiao would never know about it. He will only think that I, Chun Kanglin, really treat him as a good friend. In fact, it's just a weapon of mine. It's better than an ordinary dog. Chun Kanglin sneered. "Ha ha, Your Highness, you're so bad. Poor Ling Xiao. I reckon that he'll be kept in the dark even until his death." Hongmin smiled happily. The Ling Xiao they were talking about had already returned to the Eight Immortals Mountain. In the Moon Clan, he met his friends. Other than Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, there was also Lin Yang, Qingwan Flower, Orange Feiying, and the others. Although these people were not strong, they had never abandoned Ling Xiao. Even when Ling Xiao's life and death were uncertain, they had never betrayed him. Therefore, he would not treat them badly. He would give them what they deserved. As for who could hold on to it, it would depend on them. In the future, the Eight Immortals County and even the Chun Nation would be managed by these friends. Ji Hyun of Silla has given me 5 days to settle the matters in the Eight Immortals County. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Before I leave, I'll give you these things. As he spoke, he took out the elixirs, Dharma treasures, and martial arts manuals that he no longer needed. These things might not be worth mentioning to him, but to these people, they were priceless treasures. Each and every one of them was something that they could only dream of but could not get. "Oh, you're indeed the boss. When you first joined the Eight Immortals Mountain, you were not as good as me, but now you've grown to the point where you can defeat the leaders of the 3 major forces in the Eight Immortals County. Speaking of which, I'm really impressed." Lin Yang was a straightforward and blabbermouth fellow. However, Ling Xiao did not feel abrupt at all. Instead, he felt very happy. Friends should be like this. No matter when, they should be like this. Otherwise, they would not be friends. After I leave, don't slack off. Cultivate well and strive to reunite in the royal city. I'm going to Yuhua Town. Ling Xiao stood up and left. The first place he went to when he arrived in Yuhua Town was not the Ling family, but the Ling family's cemetery. His father, Ling Tai, who had been reincarnated into this world, was buried there. In front of the grave, there were many foods that Ling Tianxiong loved to eat when he was alive. Ling Xiao held a wine jar in his hand and looked at the tombstone. "Father, although you're only my father in this reincarnation, you're still my father. But to me, you're my closest relative in the Black Tortoise Continent. Starting tomorrow, I'll be going to the Chun Nation's royal city. I know that this is still far from the goal you gave me. The most powerful place in the Black Tortoise Continent, the Immortal Palace, is the most powerful place in this continent. Don't worry, I'll definitely go. Not only will I make those people in the Immortal Palace pay the price for harming you, but I'll also save you. Let's drink up this jar of wine." After speaking, Ling Xiao poured a jar of wine in front of the grave and drank another jar. Before he left, he strengthened the array formation here. The stronger he was, the better he could control the formation. Therefore, strengthening it was necessary. After paying respects to his father, he returned to the Ling family. Although he had no feelings for this family, it was still the first force that supported him in the Black Tortoise continent. It was only right to go back and take a look. Now, everyone in the 8 Immortals County had to look up to him, not to mention the small Yuhua town. The people here had long heard of the legendary story of him fighting the 3 faction leaders alone and defeating them. The storyteller would tell this story in the tavern almost every day, but there were many people listening every day. It was as if they never got tired of hearing it. Originally, Yuhua Town only had the statue of the sword and saber Shen Huang. Now, there was another statue that was bigger and more majestic than the statue of the sword and saber Shen Huang. He was called Ling Xiao Shen Huang. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this statue. Although the carving material was excellent, and the carving was very high, he felt that the name was a little out of place. However, in any case, it was the filial piety of the people of Yuhua Town. So he didn't say anything. After visiting the statue, he embarked on his journey. This time, after returning to the 8 Immortals County, he would follow Jihyun of Silla and Chun Kanglin to the Chun Kingdom's capital. He might not return for a long time. Goodbye, Yuhua Town, the place where I reincarnated. He directly broke through the sky and left. Ling Xiao didn't like riding demonic beasts. The main reason was that he wanted to cultivate all the time. Flying for a long time and a long distance was very beneficial to his movement technique and inner strength. Others were worried about wasting inner strength, but he wasn't. Chapter 2581. The day before Ling Xiao left the 8 Immortals County, Jihyun of Silla and Chun Kanglin moved into the 8 Immortals County's guardian mansion. After Ling Xiao returned to the 8 Immortals County, he found Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. He then went to the guardian mansion to visit Jihyun of Silla and Chun Kanglin. A man and 2 women walked in the courtyard of the guardian mansion, attracting the envious gazes of the crowd. It was unknown if they were envious of Ling Xiao for having 2 beautiful women accompanying him, or if they were envious of Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death for being able to accompany the 8 Immortals County Lord. In short, the envious voices were incessant. As for the little devil girl, Ling Xiao had temporarily placed her in the Mountain River world. The little devil girl was too strong and too eye-catching. She should be used as Ling Xiao's trump card. Moreover, the more secretive she was, the higher the success rate when carrying out secret missions. Anyway, the Mountain River world was not small. It would be difficult for the little devil girl to walk around in the huge space. Halfway through, Chun Kanglin came out with Hongmin to welcome them. Chun Kanglin was indeed a formidable person. He knew how to win people over. If Ling Xiao had not found out about Chun Kanglin's true colors from Inpa, he would have been very grateful to this person. Ha ha, Brother Ling Xiao, you are finally here. Chun Kanglin affectionately grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and smiled. It was as if they were brothers meeting. Jihyun of Silla's eyes glanced at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and revealed a shocked expression. After all, there were not many women who were so beautiful and talented, especially Lin Ruoxian, whose beauty and temperament were not inferior to Hongmin Er's. However, Jihyun of Silla was Jihyun of Silla. After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. What did the profound world lack? The only thing it did not lack was women. In this world of experts, powerful and beautiful women could be found everywhere. Although Lin Ruoxian had a beauty that could turn the world upside down, Moon Death's appearance could also be considered peerless. But how could a man who wanted to do great things be burdened by a woman? Chun Kanglin understood this because his elder brother, the Crown Prince, had been ruined by a woman. That Crown Prince actually went to sleep with his father's woman. Wasn't that courting death? In the end, He was crippled and banished to the cold palace forever. He deserved it. Brother Ling Xiao, you're so lucky. You have so many beauties in your arms, and they're all devastatingly beautiful. Chun Kanglin smiled at Ling Xiao. Jihyun of Silla, that's where you're wrong. You've never seen the real peerless beauty. That's the only woman that Ling Xiao truly loves. For people like me, I'm already satisfied to be his friend. On one hand, Lin Ruoxian wanted to clarify her relationship with Ling Xiao. On the other hand, she wanted to tell Chun Kanglin not to try to win over Ling Xiao from the woman's side. Be careful not to go for wool and come home shorn. Ha ha ha, it seems that brother Ling Xiao's heart belongs to someone. Forget it, let's not talk about these things. Since we're already here, let's ride. Brother, come with me on the black tortoise carriage. Jihyun of Silla seemed to have realized that Ling Xiao did not like to talk about these things, so she immediately changed the topic. In the sky, a luxurious carriage was floating there. The one pulling the carriage was actually a black tortoise with the bloodline of the black tortoise. This black tortoise was extremely powerful when it was born. In the black tortoise continent, only the nobles were qualified to ride the black tortoise carriage. It was against the law for ordinary people to ride it. It would be very troublesome if they were discovered. Of course, if you were powerful, you would be an exception. The black tortoise carriage looked very big. Enough for dozens of people to ride, so it was more than enough for the 5 of them. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Ling Xiao did not reject, nor did he have a reason to. He did not know the way to the capital of the Chun Kingdom, nor did he have a map. He could only follow His Highness Jihyun of Silla. In the black tortoise carriage, Chun Kanglin and Ling Xiao chatted for a while. Then they went to rest. The black tortoise carriage was really big. It was so big that the distance from the front of the carriage to the back was at least a few hundred meters. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were resting at the back of the carriage. Chun Kanglin and Hong Min were at the front of the carriage. There were a few doors in between. Your Highness, if you like those 2 girls, just accept them. I don't think Ling Xiao will make an enemy out of you because of those 2 girls, right? Hong Min said with a smile. No, a little impatience will spoil great plans. Although I am a pervert, it would be foolish to spoil great plans because of lust. Chun Kanglin shook his head and said, let them follow Ling Xiao first. When Ling Xiao is no longer of any use, it won't be too late to snatch those 2 girls away. At the back of the carriage, Ling Xiao looked at the scenery outside the window with a calm gaze. Lin Ruoxian was a little worried. Ling Xiao, I'm afraid it's not good for you to go to the capital of the Chun Kingdom. The matter with the 13th prince is one of them. Although that guy is a good-for-nothing, he is still the son of the Chun Kingdom's king. If you offend him, you won't have an easy time. And that Chun Kanglin, I always feel that he is too cunning and hard to get along with. I don't know what he is thinking. It's normal that it's not good. After all, the Chun Kingdom's king has gathered all the experts of the Chun Kingdom. Don't look at how powerful I am in the 8 Immortals County, but when I go there, I'm just a low-level warrior. Danger is inevitable. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, just like the moment I stepped into the 8 Immortals County, there were many experts stronger than me, but didn't I still make it here? To me, the more experts there are, the more battles there will be, and the faster my strength will increase. To put it bluntly, the Chun Kingdom's king is just a stepping stone for me. If I don't even dare to go there, then how can I roam the black tortoise continent? Lin Ruoxian thought about it and agreed. Ling Xiao had many secrets, so many that she couldn't count them all. Perhaps it was just as Ling Xiao said, that she was worrying too much. Yu Shang, on the other hand, looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was the embodiment of a perfect warrior, an invincible existence. How could he be defeated? Ling Xiao was, of course, not as strong as Moon Death imagined, but he was also not as weak as Lin Ruoxian feared. He was a powerful beast god warrior. He also had a top-notch lightning battle body. He also had first-level and second-level immortal-grade martial techniques. Even the young people in the royal city might not be able to compare with him, not to mention his powerful, tyrannical, martial soul, mysterious external incarnation, the butterfly lady spirit, and Yuan Venerate. These were all his trump cards. Any one of them would be very shocking. Even if it is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I will still give it a try. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger. Ling Xiao grabbed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and jumped out of the black tortoise carriage. The moment he jumped out of the black tortoise carriage, a huge hand appeared in the sky and turned into a huge claw, smashing the black tortoise carriage into dust. Ling Xiao saw that Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin, and Hong Minor had also escaped in advance. Chapter 2582. Ling Xiao, you guys go to the Imperial City first. These people are coming for me. Chen Kanglin's expression did not change in the face of such a powerful attack. Even Hong Min, who was beside him, had a calm smile on her face. It was as if they did not care about these people at all. Hearing his words, before Ling Xiao could say anything, a fiery red figure suddenly stepped out of the clouds and revealed a ferocious smile. Ha ha! Chen Kanglin, you and the people around you will not leave today. Especially that Ling Xiao. If you kill him, your trip to the 8 Immortals City will be in vain. The person who spoke did not reveal his true face, so it was difficult to determine which group he was from. After all, Chen Kanglin wanted to fight for the throne and would offend many people. It was most likely the 14th prince. The dragon cult might also be involved. It was also possible that the 13th prince's people were here to save him. This was because the moment the black turtle carriage was destroyed, the 13th prince had already been snatched away by the huge hand. However, one thing was for sure. The opponent was very powerful and wanted to kill them all. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, follow me. We will kill our way out. These people's main target is Chen Kanglin. In their eyes, we are just clowns. Ling Xiao lowered his voice. The moment the opponent attacked, he suddenly dashed in a direction. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death followed behind him. The two of them had already taken out their Dharma treasures and were ready to use them at any time. Just as Ling Xiao expected, there were a total of 5 people. 4 of them pounced on Chen Kanglin and Hong Min, only one of them pounced on Ling Xiao, and the other 2, Petrification Ray, Moonlight Control, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death used their Dharma treasures at the same time, causing the person to be in a trance for a moment. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to pull out the 8 Immortals' sword and stabbed out. It was the same move that destroyed in Poe's body, the Ghost War Emperor. Now that his cultivation was much stronger than before, it was reasonable to say that the power of this move should be even more terrifying. However, at the moment when he stabbed the other party, he only managed to scratch the other party's skin. This made Ling Xiao turn pale with fright. He immediately released the Night Demon Flower. Only the Night Demon Flower could instill fear in his opponents. The Night Demon Flower exploded in the sky. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were nowhere to be seen. Of course, that powerhouse didn't die. He immediately chose to dodge when he sensed danger. However, he still lost an arm because of this. They also lost sight of Ling Xiao and the others. Damn it! How dare you make an enemy of the dragon cult? You must die. He actually endured the intense pain and chased after the place where Ling Xiao and the others had fallen. At this time, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had already landed on the ground. For an Yin-Yang realm martial artist, especially an Yin-Yang realm first transformation martial artist, flying through the void was not a rare thing. Therefore, even if they fell from a high altitude, there wouldn't be any problems. Big brother Ling Xiao, what should we do next? Moon Death asked. Ambush, kill. Ling Xiao sneered. That person's arm was destroyed by me. He'll definitely be angry and chase after us. Let's set up an ambush here and beat him up. That's a dragon cult expert. He's at least a Yin-Yang realm first transformation level 9 of hell. Can the three of us fight him? Lin Ruoxian asked worriedly. Have you forgotten about the little demoness? Ling Xiao smiled strangely. Since the opponent was a target that he couldn't defeat, no matter what, it was simple. Naturally, his avatar could play a crucial role in this. Who would know if he secretly killed that guy? Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death also looked enlightened. Then, the three of them hid in the dark. Ling Xiao released the little demoness. He also threw out a formation refining stone. He couldn't let that guy escape. Therefore, the formation released by the formation refining stone was the plague bone formation that Ling Xiao was most proficient in. The plague bone formation came from the plague demon king's formation. Ling Xiao improved and improved it. Not only could it weaken the opponent due to the plague poison, but it could also absorb the opponent's inner strength. It could also form a large plague barrier to prevent the enemy from escaping. The dragon cult member didn't know that there was danger. He didn't expect that 3 mere ants would dare to ambush him here. When he fell from the sky, he didn't even have the slightest bit of vigilance. He lifted his leg and rushed toward the trap that Ling Xiao deliberately set up. That was because he left his aura in that direction. However, the moment the dragon cult expert lifted his leg, the plague bone formation was activated. The formless plague poison gas instantly entered the dragon cult expert's body. That guy reacted quickly and noticed that something was wrong. He wanted to escape, but the green plague barrier had already formed around him. His inner strength was constantly being drained, which made him extremely surprised and terrified. Who is it? Who is this expert? Why is he making an enemy of my dragon cult? Until now, the dragon cult expert still didn't know that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. He released his martial soul. It was a devil dragon that was several times stronger than Lin Quan's devil dragon. It began to devour the plague poison gas. Little demoness, go. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give the dragon cult expert a chance to escape. He immediately ordered the little demoness to attack. The little demoness' strength was not weaker than the dragon cult expert. In addition, she had the terrifying light of the netherworld and the plague bone formation. This made the dragon cult expert fall to the ground in an instant. It was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao immediately used Soul Snatch and Soul Snatch while the other party still had a bit of breath left. The information obtained by Soul Catcher was very simple. This person was a disciple of the dragon cult, and he was just an ordinary disciple. The dragon cult was divided into 4 grades: core disciple, elite disciple, ordinary disciple, and servant disciple. This guy was just an ordinary disciple. This time, he was ordered to kidnap the 13th prince. In fact, killing Chen Kanglin was secondary. The benefits of Soul Catcher were many. Ling Xiao's cultivation instantly increased by 7 energy points. He instantly reached the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm with 100% energy. As long as he experienced an evenly matched battle, he would be able to break through. This guy is just an ordinary disciple of the demonic dragon cult, but he has a lot of good things in his storage ring. He even has a top-tier jade grade martial skill. It's really infuriating to compare with others. Ling Xiao rummaged through the dragon cult expert's storage ring. In addition to a large number of spiritual stones and elixirs, there were also top-tier jade, grade martial skills. Thinking back to the 8 Immortals City, low-grade, top-tier jade, grade martial skills were enough to incite endless killing between martial artists. This really made people sigh with emotion. It seems like we made the right choice to go to the royal capital. Whether it's the resources or the environment, it's much better than the 8 Immortals City. Lin Ruoxian said, Chapter 2583. I don't need these pills. You can split them among yourselves. Ling Xiao suddenly said, rather than saying that he didn't need them, it was more accurate to say that he didn't care about them at all. The pills that he refined himself were much better than these lousy ones. However, to him, they were lousy. To Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, they were treasures. However, the two girls knew that Ling Xiao knew how to refine pills, so they didn't decline and accepted them directly. Let's go. We don't need to meet up with Chun Kanglin. We'll go directly to the Chun Kingdom's capital. After the previous incident, Ling Xiao realized that following Chun Kanglin was not only not safe, but also very dangerous. They might be intercepted and killed again. It was better to go to the Chun Kingdom's capital alone. It was more secretive and less likely to be attacked. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had no reason to object. Therefore, the three of them kept a low profile and didn't fly. Instead, they hurried through the forest. They had obtained a map from Chun Kanglin, so they wouldn't get lost. The three of them hurried on. When night fell, Ling Xiao ordered them to set up camp by the roadside. It was very dangerous to travel at night. Even a warrior's vision would be greatly affected. Moreover, the journey to the Chun Kingdom's capital was very dangerous. They had to pass through the terrifying western mountain range. There were some places in the mountain range that even an Yinyang realm warrior at the 18th level of hell didn't dare to enter easily. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to take the risk. The three of them sat in a tent by the roadside and cultivated. Around dawn, a jade thumb ring in Ling Xiao's storage ring suddenly shook violently. This jade thumb ring was given to him by Ling Yan. He said that it was proof of their brotherhood. Ling Xiao had always thought so too. However, the jade thumb ring suddenly shook violently tonight. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that things might not be so simple. He didn't disturb Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. He left a letter in the tent and then released the jade thumb ring. The jade thumb ring pierced through the air, heading in a certain direction at high speed. Ling Xiao believed that Ling Yan would not harm him, so he also believed that this jade ring would not lead him into a ditch. Therefore, he also chased after them. After about half an hour, he found a cave behind a waterfall. The cave was very hidden, and there were obvious signs of man-made construction. After entering the cave, the jade ring continued to move forward and brought Ling Xiao to a stone house. Inside the stone house, there was a corpse that had already withered to the point that only bones remained. There was also a jade thumb ring on the finger of the corpse, which was almost identical to the one in Ling Xiao's hand. The word Ling was also engraved on it, but the color was different. The one in Ling Xiao's hand was carved from suet white jade. However, this jade thumb ring was made of the finest golden jadeite. The moment the two jade thumb rings came into contact with each other, the environment in the stone house underwent a huge change. Originally, there was nothing but spider webs, dust, and a corpse. Now, there was a large number of neatly stacked spirit stones, various magic treasures, pills, and martial arts manuals. Yen, you're finally back. The moment those treasures appeared, an illusory figure also appeared at the same time. However, this should be a recorded image, so it didn't recognize Ling Xiao. Instead, it was narrating something. When the two jade thumb rings come together, it means that you have successfully cultivated and returned to the Chun Kingdom's capital. Our Ling family's blood feud cannot be forgotten. However, you must not be reckless. Otherwise, I won't be at ease even if I become a ghost in the underworld. The things here are enough for you to have the same starting point as those royal nobles. With your talent, you will soon surpass them. When the time is ripe, I only have one request. Punish the people who framed the Ling family back then, and avenge the Ling family. At this point, the speech ended. Ling Xiao looked at this scene and suddenly understood. This should be the Ling family patriarch who was wrongfully killed by the Chun Kingdom's royal family. Of the Ling family, only Ling Yen was left to drag out an ignoble existence. Before the Ling family patriarch died, he left this stone house for his son Ling Yen to inherit. This way, Ling Yen wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao put away the two jade thumb rings and everything else in a storage ring. This was his good brother's stuff. No matter how jealous he was, he couldn't touch it. Of course, if Ling Yen gave it to him, he wouldn't be polite. After all, spirit stones contain pure heaven and earth spirit chi. Martial artists could absorb spirit tools from spirit stones to increase their cultivation speed and efficiency. Low-grade spirit stones were the main currency in the mystic world. For this kind of thing, no matter how much you had, it would never be too much. After putting away the things, Ling Xiao didn't go back the way he came. Instead, his curiosity drove him to continue forward. This was because he discovered that there was a passage in the other direction of the stone house. Perhaps it was the Ling family's escape route. He really hoped that the Ling family wasn't completely dead. If that was the case, Ling Yen still had relatives. Who is it? After walking forward for about an hour, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Ling Zhao's mood became extremely nervous, but he was also a little excited. He gritted his teeth and sped up to chase after it. Perhaps there really was someone from the Ling family who survived. After chasing for more than 3 hours, he finally finished the long tunnel. His eyes suddenly opened up, as if he had arrived at another world. The bright moonlight covered the earth. The jungle was quiet and cold. Everything was so quiet, so beautiful, and so refreshing. Under the moonlight, a beautiful figure stood on the treetops. She clearly existed, but it was like a dream, so unreal. Looking at that peerless beauty, Ling Zhao's heart completely collapsed in an instant. As a man, his tears gushed out like a flood. Not because of beauty, but because of that face. Wasn't that the love of his life that he thought about day and night? Wasn't that his sister, the Moon Lady? The beautiful figure was wearing a layer of soft white gauze. Under the cold moonlight, she seemed to merge perfectly with the moon. However, it gave off a pitiful and lonely feeling. One couldn't help but want to hug her delicate body and take care of her. But one wouldn't have a blasphemous heart. Is she the Moon Lady? Isn't she? Ling Xiao felt that his brain was a little muddled. He couldn't wrap his head around it. According to the clues that he had obtained, the Moon Lady should be in the Eternal Palace. However, the woman in front of him had the appearance and aura of a Moon Lady. Ling Xiao believed that he wasn't mistaken. It was just that the Moon Lady now looked much younger. She originally looked like she was in her 20s, but now she looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old. She was less mature, but more sweet. Who are you? Why are you here in the middle of the night? The peerlessly beautiful woman opened her mouth to speak. Chapter 2584. The woman's voice was like the sound of nature. It was fascinating. However, Ling Xiao suddenly felt sad and helpless. Yes, the woman he loved had no choice but to reincarnate because of him. Reincarnation was different from entering the mortal world. One would temporarily lose the memories of their previous life. Only after 10 lives of reincarnation would one's memories be completely restored. However, while feeling sad and helpless, Ling Xiao was also filled with happiness. It didn't matter if the moon lady still recognized him. As long as he recognized the woman he loved, that was enough. He believed that this was the moon lady because the feeling of being together day and night couldn't be fake. She was the love of his life. However, he obviously couldn't appear too intimate at this moment. Otherwise, he would really scare this girl. I'm Ling Xiao. I was chasing a white figure and accidentally entered this place. Please forgive me if I disturbed you. Ling Xiao tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and said as calmly as possible, May I know where this place is? Why are you here alone? He had countless questions in his heart. The person in front of him was definitely the Moon Lady. However, why was the Moon Lady here? Why was she alone in the wilderness in the middle of the night? One had to know that this place was filled with monsters. Even powerful cultivators wouldn't dare to wander around at night. Moreover, she was a woman. Could it be that the Moon Lady's cultivation had recovered Ling Xiao? Why is this name so familiar? Confusion flashed across the Moon Lady's eyes. This name was so familiar and intimate. She couldn't understand it, because she didn't know the man in front of her at all. Sighing softly, the Moon Lady said calmly, This isn't my home. You don't have to apologize. However, this place is very dangerous. Go back to where you came from. Ling Xiao wanted to leave, but since he had already met the Moon Lady, how could he leave so easily? He cultivated so hard not only to avenge his father, but also to reach the immortal palace and find the Moon Lady. Aren't you leaving? The Moon Lady looked at Ling Xiao calmly. Perhaps it was this name that made her feel a little closer to this young man. However, her innate coldness still made her feel a little distant. Ling Xiao was about to answer. The Moon Maiden said again, You don't want to leave, but I want to leave. I don't know how to get out of here. Can you help me? Of course. Ling Xiao agreed, without hesitation. This was the woman he loved. How could he not help her? I was originally the most outstanding disciple of the Eternal Life Palace, but after eating a meal and waking up, I found myself here. For nearly a year, I've been cultivating and growing in this desolate mountain range, all for the sake of returning to the Eternal Palace one day. The white shadow you saw just now was me. I was very surprised. That tunnel was clearly blocked by a formation. How did you get here? The Moon Maiden inadvertently mentioned her own experience. He must have been framed. If he hadn't been framed, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to see his beloved woman so quickly. Of course I know the way out. If you trust me, then come with me. Ling Xiao turned around and walked into the deep tunnel. The formation that was considered brilliant by others was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Before leaving, I have something to do. Wait for me. The Moon Maiden glanced at the dense forest in the distance. I was once indebted to someone. Now that I'm leaving, I have to say goodbye. I'll go with you. Ling Xiao said. The Moon Maiden frowned. She seemed to think that Ling Xiao was a little too enthusiastic. However, her brows immediately relaxed. Let's go. Perhaps in the Moon Maiden's heart, because of the name Ling Xiao, she already had some trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and followed her into the dense forest. How could he let the Moon Maiden take the risk alone? Even if this trip was very dangerous, he had to protect the Moon Maiden. This was his lifelong promise. In the quiet valley, the wild beasts were already asleep. Only a few insects in the middle of the night were making loud chirping sounds. In the darkness, hundreds of figures were moving in the dense forest. It was the wee hours of the morning. Although it was already 3 or 4 in the morning, the sky was still dark. Even martial artists would not come out at this time. However, these people were moving in the same direction. It was a hidden valley. In the valley, there were a few straw huts. The weeds in front of the huts were very clean. Clearly, someone had lived here before. "Boss, we've searched for so many years and finally found the place where the surviving members of the Ling family lived. Shouldn't we inform the royal family? I heard that there are experts in the Ling family." A man who looked like a strategist said to the leader beside him, "What's there to be afraid of? I've already investigated. The experts of the Ling family were almost completely wiped out in that encirclement. Those who survived were the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children. Don't forget that the royal family has a huge bounty on them. So many years have passed, and it hasn't changed. If we inform the royal family, we won't be able to get the bounty." The person who was called the boss had a ferocious expression. He was muscular and had a powerful aura. He was the famous Blackwind Stockades stockade master. He was lucky. One of his subordinates accidentally fell into the valley a few days ago and was saved by the Ling family members. When the other party was not paying attention, he sent the news to the stockade and attracted close to 100 people. They had already figured out the situation inside. Although there were martial artists, they were not very powerful. He was a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of hell. He alone could wipe out the surviving members of the Ling family. Every head could be exchanged for true glory and wealth. Who would be willing to live the life of a bandit in the deep mountains? "Boss, you're so wise. The Ling family members are all cowards. They stayed in the deep mountains for so many years and did not dare to take revenge. Killing these guys will be as easy as chopping vegetables." The strategist smiled flatteringly. "Of course. However, I heard that they saved a woman recently. She's as beautiful as a fairy and is not weak. Be careful later. If you encounter this woman, capture her alive and make her my wife." The Blackwind Stockade master laughed. "Boss, you're so wise. That woman seems to be called Yu Fanghua. She looks like a fairy from a painting. Boss, you're so lucky." "Ha ha ha ha, that's right. That woman is probably a disciple of a large sect. She fell into a difficult situation here. Let's have a taste and see what this noble woman tastes like." The Blackwind Stockade master laughed crazily. However, he did not know that 2 figures in the dark had already sneaked into their group. His words were clearly heard by the 2 of them. In this world, there are some people that you can't touch. You can't even speak vulgarities. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 2585. The sudden voice made the Blackwind Stockade's chief tremble in fear. He quickly looked in the direction of the voice. At the same time, he was ready to defend himself. He turned his head and saw 2 figures under the moonlight, a man and a woman. However, he quickly ignored the man. His gaze was fixed on the beautiful figure in white. The woman was just standing there casually, but she looked so beautiful. The beautiful scenery in the valley and even the moon in the sky paled in comparison to her. She was like an otherworldly fairy. Every frown and smile of hers was enough to captivate all living beings. The Blackwind Stockade's chief had never expected to see such a beautiful woman. For a moment, he forgot that he was still in danger. His breathing became rapid. His eyes seemed to be attracted by something. He could not take his eyes off the beautiful figure. Ling Xiao stood beside the Moon Lady and looked coldly at the Blackwind Stockade's chief. In his eyes, this person's words were the greatest blasphemy to the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady's name in this life was Yu Fanghua. She was the woman that the Blackwind Stockade's chief was talking about. according to Ling Zhao's temper. He would kill such a person without mercy. Have you seen enough? Ling Zhao's murderous intent spread from the bottom of his heart. His voice became extremely cold. Yu Fenghua was a little surprised. She found it strange that this was the first time they had met. However, there was a special sense of intimacy between them. More importantly, he cared about her so much. That kind of care was definitely not a simple act of protecting her. It was a love and tenderness that came from the bottom of his heart. Does he know me? What does that have to do with me? Yu Fenghua had more questions in her mind. Kid, it's none of your business that I'm looking at a woman. Although I don't know how you got into my team, I can spare your life since you sent such a beautiful woman over. Scram! The Black Wind Stockade's chief was in a good mood. Even his usual murderous personality had changed. He was actually going to let Ling Xiao go. Boss, this is Yu Fenghua. She's even prettier and more elegant than the person in the portrait. She's simply perfect for the valiant boss. Only a beauty like her is worthy of you. The bandits beside him did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. They were actually trying their best to suck up to the Black Wind Stockade's chief. Ha ha ha, well said. Brat, why aren't you scramming? Could it be that you want to see your father make love to this woman? The expression of the leader of the Black Wind stronghold turned dark. He had finally decided to be merciful and let the kid go, but he did not expect the kid to refuse to leave. Perhaps you don't know, but the words you just said are enough for me to cut off your tongue. Ling Zhao's voice grew colder and colder. Yu Fenghua glanced at him and retracted her aura. She was about to attack, but now she decided to wait and see. Ioyo, I'm so scared. Even if this beauty is your wife, you have to get out of my way today. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. The Black Wind Stockade's chief was filled with disdain and arrogance. His killing intent was gradually released. If Ling Xiao did not listen, he would immediately take action and crush the kid's head. She's not my wife, but if you want to hurt her, I won't let you off easily. Now, before I change my mind, all of you scram. Otherwise, if I see you in the next moment, I'll kill you without mercy. My temper is not that good. The mystic world was a world of martial arts. In this world, martial strength was the greatest law. It was above the law. It was above the morals. Powerful strength could turn a great villain into a hero revered by everyone. It could also make a true hero become a villain that people despised. Calling a deer a horse was a common thing in this world. So if one hoped that the villains would be punished by the heavens, they had to give up early because they would be disappointed. If one wanted the villains to die, the only way was to become stronger. Ling Xiao was walking on this path now. All these years, the Black Wind Stockade had committed all kinds of crimes. None of the nearby villages had not been harmed by them. The merchants passing by were also in awe of them and did not dare to offend them. They would give them large amounts of spirit stones as payment for passage. But even so, as long as the Black Wind Stockade's chief was unhappy, he would still destroy the entire caravan. Logic did not work in this world. Ling Xiao understood, so he did not expect to be able to persuade the chief to leave. Only strength could make the other party fear him. Kid, you're just a piece of trash. How dare you talk about protecting this beauty? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh their heads off? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He suddenly waved the large saber in his hand and charged at Ling Xiao. Saber chi swept out with a majestic aura. One revolution yin-yang realm level 8 of hell might not be much in King Chen's eyes, but in this deep forest, it was definitely powerful. He had enough confidence that he would be able to destroy this ignorant brat. Peak yin-yang realm level 8 of hell. How dare you try to kill me? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the long saber coming at him. It was as if he was looking at a hemp stick that could break at any time. He gently raised his hand and pointed with a finger. Terrifying sword chi burst out from between them. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent was released from the sword chi. The Black Wind Stockade's chief's face turned from black to pale instantly. It's an insult to martial arts for a person like you to practice martial arts. Ling Xiao didn't even pull out the Ling Xiao sword. He just casually pointed his finger. In the next moment, the Black Wind Stockade's chief knelt more than 10 meters in front of him. There was a red dot between his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. Plop! His corpse finally fell to the ground. There was no longer any life in him. At that moment, everyone in the Black Wind Stockade felt the threat of death. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all kept quiet out of fear. This young man was too powerful. One move. No, it could not even be called one move. He had killed the stockade master, whom they thought to be incomparably powerful. It seemed like it was an understatement. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. Resist? No, they did not even have the courage to resist. That terrifying killing intent made them feel as if a saber was placed on their necks. If they moved slightly, they would be beheaded. You said that you wanted to eliminate the remaining members of the Ling family. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked coldly. He did not retract his terrifying killing intent. Only then would these people answer his question honestly. Young hero, you must be from outside. The Wang Juling family plotted a rebellion and was exterminated by the royal family. However, there were still some who escaped in the process. Therefore, the royal family offered a huge reward. One head of the Ling family is worth 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. It also comes with a good top-grade jade, martial technique. Young hero, if you want the reward, we dare not compete with you. We will leave obediently. Chapter 2586. A bunch of beasts. The killing intent in Ling Zhao's heart could no longer be contained. These people didn't even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. For the so-called reward, they were willing to become inhumane things. What was the point of keeping such trash alive? A burst of furious sword chi suddenly exploded in the void. It was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear everyone's body in an instant. More than 10 people of the Black Wind Stockade were beheaded on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. He had originally planned to let the others go after killing the chief of the Black Wind Stockade and eradicating the chief evil. However, after hearing the dog-headed advisor's words, these people wanted to kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Then they would exchange them for their own glory and wealth. What was the point of keeping such things alive? Seeing this scene, the rest of the people all knelt on the ground and trembled in fear. They were terrified by Ling Zhao's terrifying sword chi. The rest of you destroy your own cultivation and get out of here. Ling Xiao didn't kill all of them. He only killed a dozen of the leaders. The rest of them could be spared from death, but they couldn't be spared from punishment. Destroy their cultivation? The remaining dozens of people looked a little frightened. They relied on their martial arts to abuse their power. If their cultivation was destroyed, wouldn't they become ordinary people? How could they continue to make a living as bandits? I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. After that, you'll be killed without mercy. Every word of Ling Xiao was filled with biting, cold-killing intent. It was like a bone-piercing cold wind that made everyone tremble in fear. However, there were still some who were not afraid of death. Everyone, let's fight it out with him. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of him? We'd rather die than destroy our cultivation. In the crowd, a person stood up and shouted loudly. Ling Xiao looked coldly at him shouting there, but did nothing. He wanted to see who else was going to court death. That person thought that he could incite the crowd, but he found that no one responded to him. It seems that your fanning the flames is meaningless. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao did not give this guy a chance to beg for mercy. He punched out across the air, and the horrifying power of lightning directly turned that guy into jerky. This was the so-called killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The others didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They all crippled their cultivation and left the valley. Let's go, Miss Fanghua. Ling Xiao said to Yu Fanghua as he looked calmly at the fleeing bandits. He really wanted to call her Big Sister Moon Maiden again, but he knew that now wasn't the time. Therefore, he decided to endure it. Why do you care so much about me? Is it because of my appearance? Yu Fanghua suddenly asked. If I told you that you look exactly like the woman I once loved, would you believe me? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying what he wanted to say. He felt very uncomfortable holding these words in his heart. Yu Fanghua paused for a moment, then said, if it was someone else who said that, he would already be dead. But you, I believe you, and I will allow you to call me Fanghua in the future. But what's the name of your true love? Moon Maiden. When Ling Xiao said these two words, his eyes were filled with tenderness and love. What a familiar name. Yu Fanghua frowned. This was the second name that she found extremely familiar. She sighed softly and said, I envy her very much. I can see that your love for her is sincere. Hearing Yu Fanghua's words, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and almost said, you are my true love a few times. But in the end, he held back. It was because he loved her, so he was afraid of scaring her away. The valley is on fire. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. A thatched hut was on fire, and he could even hear the sound of crying. It seems that there is more than one force that has found the descendants of the Wang Juling family. Ling Xiao suddenly became anxious. These people were the relatives of his good brother, Ling Yan. Although Ling Yan was not here, he still planned to save these people. He suddenly sped up a lot. Yu Fanghua also sped up. It could be seen that Yu Fanghua had been saved by these people before. So she also did not want to see the people of this village get caught. Ling family village. In the village square, the old, the weak, the women, and the children were all chained up with heavy shackles. The Chun Kingdom's royal family had issued a generous reward, 100 million low-grade spiritual stones for each head, plus a good top-tier jade grade martial art technique. But if the person was captured alive, the spiritual stones reward would be doubled, and the martial art technique would be upgraded to a top-tier jade grade martial art technique. So if they could capture the person alive, they would definitely choose to do so. Judging from their attire, they were definitely not the bandits from the Black Wind Stockade. They were actually wearing the formal uniforms of the Arcana Academy's disciples. But their status should be relatively low because their cultivation levels did not seem to be very high. Even so, the weakest among them was at the early stage of the 7th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. In the 8 Immortals County, this kind of cultivation level was definitely a top master. The difference in strength between the Imperial City and the 8 Immortals County was too big. Furthermore, the Mystic Realm Academy didn't even bother to hide their actions. They openly wore their own disciples' attire and came to arrest people. It seemed like the royal family of the capital's Ling family was deeply afraid of them. Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of the Arcana Academy before he joined it. It seemed that they were just the dogs of the Chun Kingdom's royal family. Fortunately, he only went there to cultivate. Otherwise, he would be disgusted to see these people every day. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect the Ling village to be in such a secretive place. If not for our people in the Black Wind Stockade, it would have been difficult to find them. In the crowd, a well-dressed young man laughed loudly. He was not old. He looked less than 20 years old, but his cultivation level was at the early stage of the 8th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. His arrogant laughter showed his cruelty and indifference. Under his feet lay a corpse that was not completely cold. It was a little girl less than 7 years old. He had actually stomped her to death. The reason was that this little girl was not a member of the Ling family. She was an orphan taken in from outside and could not be exchanged for the bounty. He was not the only one. The other warriors of the Arcana Academy were doing the same thing. Most of these people were relatively young. Basically, they were between 17 and 26 years old. Only a few of them were slightly older, and their strength was relatively stronger. Logically speaking, they were well-dressed and should not be short of money, but they still did not care about the lives of others for the bounty. After all, these people were the people that the Wang Juling family had risked their lives to protect back then. The Wang Juling family, which was Ling Yan's family, had risked their lives to defend the Qin Kingdom against the Volcano Kingdom. If not for them, the Qin Kingdom's defense line would have fallen, and these people would have died. Unfortunately, even the Ling family did not know that they had saved a bunch of dogs who were worse than beasts. Chapter 2587. Two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the village. One of them was a handsome young man with a gloomy face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The other person was as beautiful as a fairy. His face was as cold as frost, and his eyes were cold. Both of them were filled with anger and strong killing intent. Fang Hua, don't move. Leave it to me to get your hands dirty. Ling Xiao knew that Yu Fanghua was going to make a move, but he didn't think it was necessary. He let the little devil girl out. Today he was going to kill. Yu Fanghua was stunned for a moment. She immediately said, "I don't want to see anyone get hurt. If you can't do it, I'll do it." She was indebted to the people of the Ling village. Naturally, she couldn't just watch them get hurt. Of course. After saying that, Ling Zhao's figure flashed. Like a giant wolf, he pounced on the Arcana Academy disciple closest to him. In order to be safer in the capital, he put on a ferocious mask. The mask was like a demon. Anyone who saw it would tremble. It had an evil aura. Yu Fanghua also put on a black veil and a bamboo hat to seal her beautiful face. She seemed to know that her peerless Fanghua would cause a lot of trouble. In the village, the Arcana Academy disciple who was laughing crazily suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Ling Xiao didn't hide his aura at all. The little devil girl was looking for a target in the sky, ready to make a move at any time, while he pounced on the enemy on the ground. "Kid, who are you? How dare you steal business from the Arcana Academy?" The Arcana Academy disciples saw Ling Xiao, who turned into a wolf. However, they seemed to have misunderstood. They believed that no madman would come to save the village that offended the Qin Kingdom's royal family. In their opinion, Ling Xiao was just an idiot who stole business from them. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. A white jade, flying dragon, sword appeared in his hand. The sword light was released, and a white dragon broke through the sky. In an instant, the Arcana Academy disciple, who was at the early phase of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, was killed on the spot. The corpse fell beside the little girl he had killed. "Kid, don't go too far. How dare you kill someone from the Arcana Academy? Do you want to die?" Ling Zhao's actions had obviously angered the people of Arcana Academy. One of them was already thrusting his sword over. His speed was extremely fast, and the tip of his sword was also extremely sharp. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. He was a true expert in using the sword. "You don't deserve to use a sword." Ling Zhao's cold voice rang out. Beneath his ferocious mask, his eyes were cold and merciless. He thrust out his sword. The whistling sword light pierced through the man's throat. Arcana Academy? So what? Even if you are from the Chun Kingdom's royal family, I will still kill you. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with desolation, grief, and indignation. Although these people didn't kill his family members, neither did they deal with his family members. He couldn't tolerate this kind of behavior. Moreover, the people of the Ling family village were the family of his good friend and the saviors of his woman. If he couldn't even save these people, then what was the point of him cultivating martial arts? Anger stimulated the infinite power in his body. The cultivation that was about to break through finally opened the door for him. The cultivation of the 8th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. At this level, no one below the 8th level of hell could be his match. He could even fight a warrior at the early stage of the 9th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. If he performed well, he could even defeat him. As Ling Zhao spoke, he stepped forward like a wolf. Another life was buried under the cold sword light. The sword rose. People died. He didn't waste any more words. These people in front of him all deserved to die. He would kill all of them. No one would be wronged. This guy is crazy. Does he want to kill everyone from the Arcana Academy? Who is he? How dare he make an enemy of the Arcana Academy? The disciples of the Arcana Academy finally panicked. They were only the lowest level disciples of the Arcana Academy. Although their cultivation was high, they didn't have much combat experience. It was fun to kill the weak and weak. However, they didn't know how to do anything when facing a truly terrifying opponent. The answer to these people was a sword light. Following that, another person was killed. Who are you? Do you really want to make an enemy of the Arcana Academy? 3 disciples of the Arcana Academy blocked Ling Zhao at the same time. However, the answer to them was still a sword light. Without any explanation, the 3 people were beheaded at the same time. Ling Zhao's sword didn't stop. He was still killing. The disciples of the Arcana Academy gradually felt that something was wrong. They stopped what they were doing and gathered around Ling Zhao. They were ready to surround and kill Ling Zhao. Everyone, let's work together to kill this monster. I want to see who he is, and how dare he be so arrogant? Ling Zhao's face was still indifferent. At this moment, the little devil still didn't make a move, because it was unnecessary. Ling Zhao, who had just broken through, was like a beast that had just stepped into a flock of sheep. His sword was like the scythe of the god of death, crazily harvesting the lives of these beasts. None of the beasts that were hit by his sword light were seriously injured, because they were all dead. Kill! The disciples of the Arcana Academy finally attacked together. They knew that their opponent was very strong. If they continued to watch, they would only be defeated one by one. Therefore, they had no choice but to join forces. However, what greeted them was an even more powerful attack. The 7th profound meaning of light, light sword realm. The 7th profound meaning of darkness, dark sword realm. Even if he was furious, Ling Zhao calmly chose to use his previous moves to deal with these beasts. This was because once he used the martial arts cultivated in the Black Tortoise continent, he would be recognized very quickly when he arrived in the imperial city. Moreover, the power of the light and shadow profound meaning was definitely not weaker than his current strongest move. The 2 sword realms were activated, the black sword light and the white sword light intertwined and blasted into the crowd like a storm. However, these sword lights seemed to have eyes and just happened to avoid the people of the Ling family village. They only attacked the warriors of the Arcana Academy. In just a moment, a group of warriors of the Arcana Academy who were rushing towards Ling Zhao were all frozen in place. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear. Their throats, heads, and hearts were almost all pierced. Everyone could feel that death was approaching them faster and faster. Devil, we don't want these people. We'll give them all to you. Please spare us. So what if they were disciples of the Arcana Academy? Just a moment ago, they were high and mighty. Now, in order to survive, they had to beg Ling Xiao for mercy. This was the reality brought about by great strength. Who is so bold to attack the disciples of the Arcana Academy? A few people suddenly came out from a thatched house. Chapter 2588. Ling Xiao looked at the man whose clothes were disheveled. He looked handsome and elegant, and his clothes were bright. However, such a handsome man actually did such a beastly thing. Ling Xiao felt even more disgusted by him. Bastard, what are you doing? The beast was filled with anger and killing intent as it shouted at Ling Xiao. Gu Mingyu, quick, come and save us. This person is crazy. There were still a few people alive under the sword domain. They shouted at the beast for help. Gu Mingyu smiled and said, Don't worry. Since I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. Kid, listen carefully. I'm Gu Mingyu, a disciple of the Arcana Academy. I'm at the peak of the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. My father is Marquis Gu Qianba. He was the one who exposed the traitor Ling's rebellion. He abandoned the darkness for the light and severed all ties with the traitor Ling. Now, he's favored by the king and is the commander of the imperial capital's city defense camp. If you dare to attack me, you can forget about living in the Chen nation. Gu Qianba? Ling Xiao had heard this name from Lin Ruoxian. This person was the sworn brother of Ling Yan's father, Marquis Ling. Later, he betrayed his friend for glory. He colluded with the 13th prince and others to frame Marquis Ling's family. His entire family was almost executed. He was clearly a shameless person blinded by greed. Marquis Ling was Ling Zhao's good brother and Ling Yan's father. Even if he was nothing, such a loyal person was harmed by a despicable person. With Ling Zhao's temper, he would definitely not let this despicable person go. Since the despicable person's son had appeared, and he was clearly the son of a beast, it was clear what he should do. Gu Mingyu looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, but his talent was quite good. Coupled with his father's status, his strength was naturally not too weak. It was already very impressive for him to reach the peak of the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Ling Xiao. Although he had never been to the capital city, he was much stronger than the lowest-ranked geniuses there. Gu Mingyu, Gu Qianba's son. How impressive. Is this how your beastly father taught you to behave? Ling Xiao looked at Gu Mingyu coldly, thinking about how to make this beast die a more painful death. This kind of person liked to build their happiness on the pain of others the most. If he wanted to kill such a person, he would have to let him taste pain. What? You dare to scold me? The smile on Gu Mingyu's face suddenly turned dark. The joy of tasting the tender meat just now had already been burned by Ling Zhao's offensive tone. So what if I scold you? I still want to kill you. Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand, and the remaining beasts were killed on the spot by Ling Xiao. Moreover, he did it in front of Gu Mingyu. Didn't you say that as long as you were around, they would be fine? Now that they are dead, you will follow in their footsteps. Ling Xiao raised his foot and walked in the direction of Gu Mingyu. Was he going to let such a beast continue to harm others? Others might be afraid of dirtying their hands, but Ling Xiao was not. You, who are you? Are you Thief Ling's old subordinate? Gu Mingyu sensed the terrifying killing intent from Ling Xiao and trembled in fear. That terrifying killing intent was definitely not something that a playboy like him could withstand. It was too terrifying. It was as if countless steel needles were piercing his body, making him feel the stinging pain and the approach of death. Gu Qianba is a beast. You are also a beast. Don't worry. After killing you, I will kill your beastly father as well. In the past, your beastly father betrayed his friends for glory. He should have known that one day someone would cut off his head to worship his loyal soul. No, who are you? Don't kill me. I can let you enjoy endless glory and wealth. Gu Mingyu was scared. He was really scared. Of course, his arrogance just now was gone. He looked at Ling Zhao's ferocious mask in fear, feeling as if the Ling family had walked out of hell to take his life. Let you go? When you insulted that pitiful and innocent girl just now, did you think about letting her go first? What did she do to be tarnished by a beast like you? Ling Zhao continued to walk forward. His terrifying killing intent completely enveloped Gu Mingyu and the two people beside him. The three of them were all warriors of level 8 of hell in Yinyang realm. But now, facing Ling Zhao, they did not even have the courage to resist. It was not that they did not want to resist, but that they could not. Ling Zhao's killing intent made them shiver like pitiful birds in the cold wind. No, I don't want to die. However, Gu Mingyu's words could not affect Ling Zhao's decision. He raised his sword, and the sword essence spat out. The sword light flashed, as dazzling as the punishment from heaven. Ah! Shrill screams resounded in the night sky. The three of them did not die, but there was a piercing cold pain in their crotch. That kind of pain made them wish they were dead. The three of them fell to the ground, screaming crazily and rolling around. Ling shouted not kill them immediately. Instead, he castrated them. Since they had done that kind of thing, they deserved to suffer this little pain. But after a while, the three of them stopped breathing. What a bunch of trash. They died. So easily. How dare they be so tyrannical? Ling Zhao had no sympathy for the three of them. They deserved to die, and they had to die. Otherwise, how could those who died unjustly rest in peace? The Ling family village was quiet again. All the Arcana Academy disciples who came to capture the Ling family members were killed by Ling Zhao. From the beginning to the end, the little demoness did not make a move. Ling Zhao killed dozens of Arcana Academy disciples by himself. Although these people were the most useless ones in the Arcana Academy, this scene shocked the people of the Ling family village. Countless young men and women looked at him with eyes full of worship and respect. They also wanted to be as strong as Ling Zhao. Only then could they protect themselves and their families. Otherwise, even if they did not want to take revenge, there would be people who would find trouble with them and take their heads. This was the cruel law of the mysterious world. The weak were bullied and oppressed. They could die at any time, and they could not even choose how they died. The strong were fearless between heaven and earth. Once they were angry, they could make rivers of blood flow and destroy cities. No one dared to bully them. They wanted to be stronger. Ling Zhao also wanted to be stronger. Today, he had to wear this ugly mask because he was not strong enough and did not dare to reveal his identity. He did not dare to use his Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He did not even dare to be too ostentatious in the royal city. He had to keep a low profile. He had to pretend to be a pig, to eat a tiger. But this was not what he wanted. Why would a good person pretend to be a pig? In the end, it was because he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could get whatever he wanted to eat. Phew. Chapter 2589. The sky was turning white, and the Ling family village was gradually brightening up under the sunlight. Suddenly, a terrifying whistling sound came from the sky, and the sound was getting louder and louder. Ling Zhao's brows furrowed tightly. He looked at the sky and saw a large group of war eagles flying towards them from afar. On top of the war eagle, there were soldiers in armor. The Chun Kingdom's War Eagle Army. Ling Xiao had heard about the War Eagle Army. Ever since Marquis Ling died in battle, the Chun Kingdom had been invaded by the Volcano Kingdom and lost a large part of its territory, until a person appeared out of nowhere. This person was the Chun Kingdom's 7th prince, Chun Kangmeng. He was known as the War Eagle Divine General. He had forcefully taken back the territory that the Volcano Nation had taken away piece by piece, establishing an unparalleled military merit. However, although Chun Kangmeng was powerful, he was too straightforward and had a very close relationship with Marquis Ling. It was said that when he was young, Marquis Ling had saved his life. He and Ling Yen had been through life and death together. Therefore, he had written many petitions, hoping that the King of Chun would reopen the Ling family's rebellion case. Because of this, he was hated by the King of Chun. Although he had made great contributions, he was still an unfavored prince. He was not even a one-star prince. Could it be Chun Kangmeng? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua and said, "Fanghua, you and the villagers should hide behind me. If it's an enemy, you should leave first. I will hold them back. If it's a friend, that would be best." Yu Fanghua wanted to say, "What right do you have to order me around?" But when the words reached her mouth, they turned into an M. She did not know why she was so obedient to this young man. It was not like her at all. "That's ridiculous." Yu Fanghua shook her head, but still did as Ling Xiao said. The War Eagles finally landed. On the majestic War Eagles, there were soldiers in black armor. They looked very valiant. The leader was a golden War Eagle. On top of the War Eagle was a handsome young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. However, the aura he released made even Ling Xiao feel fear. This bastard is probably even stronger than Chun Kangmeng. This was Ling Xiao's first thought. The man jumped off the war hawk and looked at the mess on the ground. He suddenly asked, "Did you kill him?" His voice was indifferent and emotionless. No one could guess why he asked this. "That's right." Ling Xiao replied calmly, "Well done. You're a beast in human clothing. Everyone has the right to punish you." The young man suddenly said loudly, "My name is Chun Kangmeng. Fellow villagers, do not panic. Marquis Ling had saved this king's life in the past. This king will definitely not watch as his descendant dies, tragically." It was indeed Chun Kangmeng. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If there was anyone in the Chun royal family who dared to sympathize with the Ling family, or even openly help them, it would be Chun Kangmeng. Hearing Chun Kangmeng's name, everyone in the Ling family village seemed to be overjoyed. That was a true sense of relief. Although they had spent many years in this valley, they were not completely unaware of what had happened outside. They knew what Chun Kangmeng had done, and they were very grateful. For their sake, this prince had gone against the King of Chun. He had repeatedly performed meritorious deeds, but had never received a single reward. He could not even return to the capital and could only constantly fight outside. When he was injured, he did not receive a word of concern from the King of Chun. Even his own mother had been neglected by the King of Chun because of him. She had originally been a noble consort, but had been demoted to a virtuous consort, and then a concubine. The eunuchs and maids in the palace would not even look at his mother properly. Even so, the mother and son had not forgotten the kindness the Ling family had shown them. They were still the only royal family in the Chun Kingdom who dared to trust the Ling family. "If you're here to protect them, you're too late," Ling Xiao said coldly. If he had not accidentally met the Moon Maiden and come here, all the villagers would have been taken away by the Arcano Academy. Thus, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with this Chun Kangmeng. "Yes, I'm too late." He looked at the corpses of the villagers on the ground, and at the tragic appearance of the humiliated woman after committing suicide. True sorrow appeared in Chen Kangmang's eyes. He knelt on one knee and hugged the pitiful woman, unable to calm down for a long time. Behind him, the hundreds of soldiers of the War Eagle Army turned over and knelt on one knee behind him, grieving for their prince. They grieved for the people of the Ling family. This Chen Kangmang is indeed very good at commanding an army. These people look at him not only with loyalty, but also with brotherly love. No wonder he's called the Warhawk Divine General. No wonder he's invincible. Although Ling Xiao was a little resentful of Chen Kangmang, he had to admit that he was an outstanding person. In particular, his desire to repay the Ling family's kindness shocked him. Ordinary people simply couldn't do this to this extent. Even if they sympathized with the Ling family, they would bury it in their hearts and not show it. But this person was different. Not only did he show it, he showed it very clearly. Rather break than bend. Perhaps this kind of hero was best described. Pass down my orders. Bury the souls of the deceased, and throw the corpses into the forest to feed the wild beasts. Chen Kangmang gently placed the girl's body on the ground and covered her body with his cloak. If this action had been done by Jihyun of Silla or Chen Kanglin, it would have been full of hypocrisy and pretentiousness. But Chen Kangmang's action was so natural without the slightest hint of pretense or hypocrisy, because he was that kind of person. He had always done that. This person really was not scheming. Yes, sir. The Warhawk Army obeyed orders and was strictly disciplined. It would not be an exaggeration to call them an iron army. They all began to move. Chen Kangmang looked back at Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero, I'm afraid this place is no longer a secret. I reckon that there will be people coming to encircle and annihilate them soon. So, young hero, you should leave first. I will arrange for the people of the Ling family to go to a safe place." To where? Although Ling Xiao admired Chen Kangmang, it did not mean that he trusted him. Ling Xiao would always be suspicious of anyone. After all, this was the first time they had met. He did not want the people of the Ling family to enter the tiger's den because of his carelessness. I have a fief. It's a county city. They should be able to live well there. Chen Kangmang was stunned. Although he felt that there was no need to tell Ling Xiao about this, he still said it. Perhaps it was out of gratitude to Ling Xiao for saving the Ling family. Your Highness is on good terms with the Ling family. There must be countless eyes watching you. If they follow you, I'm afraid that not only will they die, but Your Highness will also be implicated. I do have a good place to go. Ling Xiao said. Chen Kangmang also knew that Ling Xiao was not lying, but because there was no better place to go, he had to do this. Chapter 2590. Where? Chen Kangmang asked. Where is the safest place to send those people? The 8 Immortals County. Ling Xiao said indifferently. No, that used to be 13th Brother's territory. I heard that second brother took it over, and even supported a young genius to become the Lord. Wouldn't we be sending ourselves to our deaths there? Chen Kangmang shook his head. Ling Xiao took off the ferocious mask on his face and looked calmly at Chen Kangmang. I am that overlord, Ling Xiao. He decided to take a gamble. Chen Kangmang would not betray him. All signs showed that Chen Kangmang was a loyal person who would not easily betray a friend, or a friend's benefactor. Ling Xiao had saved the Ling family village. How could he repay kindness with enmity? Of course, Ling Xiao was not completely confident, so he said he was taking a gamble. Chen Kangmang was somewhat surprised and shocked. It was rare for such a young lord to have such great courage. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you or hand you over to second brother? Chen Kangmang asked. Of course not. Ling Xiao shook his head. First, you won't do that. Second, even if you do, you won't succeed. I don't have any good points, but I'm still very confident. Indeed, I won't do that. Chun Kangmang shook his head. But what I don't understand is, as second brother's man, why are you helping these people? Who told you that I'm Chun Kanglin's man? That's what the outside world says. Is what the outside world says the truth? Ling Xiao looked at Chun Kangmang, a faint smile on his face. If I had to choose a prince to support, it would not be Chun Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla, but you, Warhawk God Chun Kangmang. Me? I'm just a prefectural king with no power in the court. Even my mother can only see her once a month. You support me? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Moreover, I have no intention of participating in the court's struggles for power. Chun Kangmang shook his head. Then are you willing to let the Ling family's injustice never be avenged? Aren't you afraid that once Chun Kanglin or Chun Sangxiong takes the throne, you and your mother will be killed? Don't say that it's impossible. You Kangmang, you know this. Ling Xiao looked at Chun Kangmang indifferently and said, Enough! Whether you fight for the throne or not, what does that have to do with me? He shrugged and said nonchalantly, You're only at the late stage of the 8th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. There are plenty of people like you in the royal capital. Why would you help me fight for the throne? Because I will soon become the strongest person in the royal city. Ling Xiao smiled. Are you dreaming? Chun Kangmang felt that the young man in front of him was crazy. If you can raise your cultivation to the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm within a year, I will believe you. I don't need you to be the strongest. At that time, I'll do whatever you want me to do, even if you treat me like a puppet. I only want the Ling family's injustice to be avenged. I only want my mother and son to be safe. Chun Kangmang said. 1 year? Okay, then it's decided. Ling Xiao nodded. Since that's the case, let's begin the migration. This king will personally escort these people to the 8 Immortals city. Chun Kangmang changed the topic. Ling Xiao nodded. I don't know when the enemy will come, so I'll stay here to help. Although your War Eagle army is powerful, it's too conspicuous. When you escort these people, it's best if you don't bring them with you. Just bring a few elites with you. As long as you're not discovered, you'll be safe. And I'll stay here to buy time for you. Let the War Eagle army accompany you. Chun Kangmang completely agreed with Ling Xiao's point of view. The two didn't delay and went to prepare for the migration. The people of the Ling family village didn't want to stay in the mountains forever, especially after seeing Ling Xiao kill the disciples of the Arcano Academy. Those young children wanted to become stronger. Even if they couldn't take revenge, they wanted to be able to protect themselves and their families. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from not far away, and the whole ground shook. This sound shocked Ling Xiao and the War Eagle army. But strangely, the local villagers didn't have any reaction. According to the villagers, it was the sound of the volcano. About 1 mile away from here, such sounds were often heard, and there was lava spewing out. But it wasn't too serious, so they were used to it. Could it be the demon beasts? Ling Xiao looked into the distance and seemed to see a demon aura. Your Highness, you go ahead. I'll go take a look at the volcano over there. After leaving the 8 Immortal City, Ling Xiao was very satisfied with many things, but he still couldn't upgrade his lava battle body to the highest level. This made him feel very troubled. If there were any treasures or demon beasts in the volcano, there might be a chance for a change. He didn't want to miss the opportunity. Okay, Chun Kangmang nodded and said, Be careful. The demon beasts here are not to be trifled with. Anyway, it was just dawn, and there was no danger. A wave of enemies had just been destroyed. If there was an attack on the Ling family village, it wouldn't have been so fast. So, It didn't matter if Ling Xiao left for a while. Ling Xiao went towards the volcano, and Yu Fenghua followed behind him. It's dangerous there, Ling Xiao said with a frown. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I want to follow. You're a good person. It's a pity if you die, Yu Fenghua said lightly. Okay, up to you. It felt good to be cared for by someone, especially by the person who cared for him deeply. Ling Xiao didn't know how strong Yu Fenghua was, but she shouldn't be too weak. After all, she was thrown into the western mountain range, where demon beasts roamed. She was only injured and not killed. It was unrealistic if she wasn't strong enough. The two of them arrived at the peak of the volcano. Within the volcano, there was boiling magma flowing unceasingly. There was a strange aura coming from the volcano. They didn't know if it was a demon beast or some kind of treasure. Fenghua, wait outside. I'll go down and take a look. Ling Xiao had the lava battle body, and it was a high-level one at that. He believed that the lava wouldn't be able to harm him. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go down and explore. Don't die, Yu Fenghua said lightly. Although her words were cold, it was obvious that she cared about him. He didn't expect Yu Fenghua to be so arrogant even after reincarnating. Don't worry, I won't die. Ling Xiao smiled and plunged into the boiling lava. What he didn't say was, if I die, who will protect you forever? The temperature of the lava here was very high. Ling Xiao could still feel his body heating up even with his advanced lava battle body. But fortunately, it was just heat and he wouldn't get hurt. Chapter 25:91. It was a pity that the strengthening effect of the lava energy on Ling Xiao was only quantitative. If he wanted a qualitative change and a breakthrough in his lava battle body, he would need something else. If a top-level lightning battle body required thunder chalcedony, would a top-level lava battle body require lava chalcedony as well? The lava flowed from the top of the mountain to the bottom. It was a few hundred meters deep. An ordinary person would have suffocated to death by now. Only Ling Xiao, this fellow who had many body refinement techniques, could live well. The bottom of the volcano was extremely wide. There was a river of lava. A huge dog-type beast was sleeping in the river of lava. It was at least 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. The surface of its body seemed to be formed by lava, and it even had 3 heads. Each head was spitting out boiling lava. The lava dripped onto the ground and melted it immediately. What a powerful beast. It must be a 1-star Yin-Yang Realm Level 9 hell. I'm no match for it. Ling Xiao didn't attack rashly because he found the 3-headed lava hound sleeping in the lava. There was indeed a piece of fiery red jade near the huge 3-headed lava hound. Ling Xiao had seen thunder chalcedony before, so he knew it must be lava chalcedony. Although Ling Xiao wasn't a match for the 3-headed lava hound, he had to get the lava chalcedony. Ghost wolf. Ling Xiao turned into a ghost wolf and quietly approached the 3-headed lava hound. Since he couldn't defeat it, he might as well steal it. The 3-headed lava hound shouldn't be able to detect him in his ghost wolf form. The danger would come when he snatched the lava chalcedony. That was because he had to return to his physical form. If the 3-headed lava hound sensed him at such a close distance, he would be in deep trouble. However, Ling Xiao liked to take risks. He didn't want to give up the opportunity in front of him. He went to the lava chalcedony in his ghost wolf form and turned into a lava wolf in an instant. He swallowed the lava chalcedony into his stomach. At this moment, the terrifying 3-headed lava hound opened its huge eyes. It looked at him coldly. At that moment, Ling Xiao was already prepared to have a big fight with this guy. He was extremely nervous. It was definitely an accident that he was discovered, But since he was discovered, he had to be prepared to fight. He couldn't do anything about the sudden increase in pressure, but what made him feel strange was that the three-headed lava hound merely glanced at him before closing its eyes and falling asleep again. Ling Xiao didn't know why. He only knew that he was lucky enough to survive. He immediately transformed into his ghost wolf form and distanced himself from the terrifying lava, Cerberus. Could it be that my lava wolf form made it mistake me for one of its kind, so it didn't attack? When he reached the outside of the volcano, he suddenly understood chalcedony. Although it was unbelievable, it chalcedony. A fragrant wind drifted over. Yu Fanghua wrapped one of her satin ribbons around Ling Xiao's body and pulled Ling Xiao over. Thank you. I might have indigestion. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He swallowed the lava chalcedony just now in order to get it. That terrifying energy had exploded within his body, which was why that scene had occurred. He still felt piercing pain all over his body, as if his insides were being burned. Without thinking much, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. He had to absorb the energy of the lava chalcedony as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be burned to death. If he was burned to death, that would be hilarious. A martial artist who cultivated the lava combat body was burned to death by lava. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. Yu Fanghua could have ignored him and left. But she didn't. She stood there, facing the morning glow, watching the rising sun, quietly waiting for Ling Xiao. With the Moon Maiden by his side, Ling Xiao was completely at ease. He closed his eyes and cultivated, with the experience of fusing with the Sky Thunder chalcedony. This lava chalcedony wasn't that difficult. It was just following the prescribed order. About an hour later, the sun had completely risen. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. A layer of perfect lava armor formed all over his body. The fiery armor was very similar to the shell of the lava Cerberus, but it was even more beautiful. Top-level lava combat body. It's finally realized. And I'm lucky enough to have a breakthrough in my cultivation. I'm now a martial artist at the peak of level 8 of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao was in a good mood. An increase in cultivation and strength was better than anything else. You've been accompanying me all this time? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua, who was still standing at the side. He was a little surprised. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just admiring the scenery, Yu Fanghua said lightly. Yes. You're admiring the scenery, but I'm going back. What do you plan to do? Ling Xiao smiled. Yu Fanghua didn't smile much and was very similar to the Moon Maiden in the past. But Ling Xiao felt that this was more real. This was his woman. If you can go back, so can I? Yu Fanghua said. Then let's go together. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he headed towards the Ling family village. When he arrived at the village, the villagers had already set off. These people didn't have much fighting power. They would be a burden if they stayed. So even though many of them wanted to stay and fight, they were mercilessly scolded away by Ling Xiao. Actually, you don't have to make it sound so bad. Chen Kangmang smiled bitterly and said, You should know that they have good intentions. Of course I know. It's precisely because I know that I don't want them to die for no reason. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Seventh Highness, although it's theoretically safe to go to the Eight Immortals City, it's not guaranteed. But once you enter the Eight Immortals City, there will be someone to receive you. An hour ago, I had the puppet carrier pigeon send a message. I'll be careful. You must take care. I hope we can meet again in the royal capital, Chen Kangmang said. You take care as well. Ling Xiao nodded. The two smiled at each other and then went their separate ways. But with Chen Kangmang's departure, the remaining War Eagle Army encountered some trouble. Chun Kangmang ordered the War Eagle Army to listen to Ling Zhao's orders. In truth, the majority of them were unconvinced. Some were unconvinced, but they understood that military orders were like mountains. They were willing to bury their dissatisfaction and listen to Ling Zhao's orders. But there were also some who were unwilling. One of them was the centurion of the War Eagle Army, Lai Huang. This time, Chun Kangmang had brought with him 2 deputies, 1 centurion, and 10 Dakarches. The 2 deputies were escorting the villagers of the Ling family village. Chapter 2592. You can't fight. You're not as strong as me, so you have to listen to me. Lai Huang's cultivation was indeed stronger than Ling Zhao's. He was at the early stage of 9th level of hell. This guy was only a centurion, but he was already so strong. What kind of monsters were in Chun Kangmang's army? No wonder they were always victorious. Is that so? But Your Highness asked you to listen to me. Ling Zhao looked at Lai Huang and said, "You should know the consequences of not following orders, right? Don't scare me. I only listen to His Highness. Who do you think you are?" Lai Huang didn't take Ling Zhao seriously at all. As for the military order that Ling Zhao gave him, he found it laughable. "I'll tell you now. Who do I think I am? Little devil girl." He suddenly waved his hand. Little devil girl suddenly jumped out from behind Ling Zhao and attacked Lai Huang. Lai Huang originally thought that little devil girl was just a little girl and didn't want to be ruthless. So he went easy on her. But after 2 or 3 moves, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His opponent was ridiculously strong. If he were to show mercy, he would probably lose his life in the end. Therefore, the following attacks suddenly became ferocious. But even though Lai Huang used all his strength, he was still stepped on by little devil girl in the 10th move. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stand up. Being stepped on by a 7 or 8-year-old girl was like being pressed down by a mountain. "You admit defeat?" Ling Zhao asked coldly. "I admit defeat." Lai Huang was a simple guy. He only worshipped the strong. Back when the 7th prince, Chun Kangmang, had subdued him, he had defeated him and made him pledge his loyalty. Of course, once this guy swore loyalty to someone, his loyalty was very high. It's good that you admit defeat. According to the military rules, you should be killed. But we still need you to lead the War Eagle Army to delay the enemy. You should atone for your mistakes. Ling Zhao said coldly. "Yes, sir." Little devil girl jumped away. Lai Huang finally crawled up and knelt on one knee. "All right, let's start preparing the fortifications. I can feel killing intent coming from afar." Ling Zhao looked into the distance. The army that came to attack the Ling family village was actually the Eagle Army that was as famous as the War Eagle Army. The Eagle Troop was under the 14th Prince's command. The 14th Prince was also a talented general. However, his reputation in the army was the flying eagle-killing god. He would never leave a single one of the armies he defeated alive. The 14th Prince's contributions were not as great as Chun Kangmang's, but he was now the only 9-star prince who could be mentioned in the same breath as Jihyun of Silla and Chun Kanglin. Of course, in Ling Zhao's Taiji eyes, not many people had come from the Eagle Army. There were about 100 of them. It was under the command of a deputy general. In addition to the 100-man Eagle Army, there were also the 1,000-man Imperial City Garrison Army. The strength of the Garrison Army was much weaker than the Eagle Army and the War Eagle Army. The strongest was only at the peak of Enyang Realm's 8th level of hell. The weaker ones were more chaotic. There were transition martial artists and a large number of ordinary martial artists. However, they won in numbers. Moreover, an army was an army. They were much more powerful than the bandits from the Black Wind Stockade. If the War Eagle Army was not there, Ling Xiao alone would not be able to stop them. Soon, there were whistling sounds in the sky. The rumbling sounds in the forest were getting closer. The demonic beasts in the vicinity had already fled to other places because of the dangerous aura. Get ready to fight the enemy. Don't let them find out that the villagers have left. Therefore, the enemy must not enter the village. Ling Xiao said loudly, if the enemy did not enter the village, they would not find out that the villagers had left 2 hours ago. At this time, they were probably very far away. Yes, after witnessing the little demoness easily subduing Lai Huang, the soldiers of the War Eagle Army were obviously more obedient to Ling Xiao. However, Lai Huang was actually not convinced in his heart. Although he said he was convinced, he thought that Ling Xiao was only relying on the strength of the little demoness. Although he could not disobey Ling Xiao's orders, he planned to compete with Ling Xiao in this battle to see who could kill more enemies. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. If Ling Xiao really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to do anything. After all, he was no match for the little demoness. They're close. Hundreds of soldiers from the War Eagle Army looked forward without any fear. The War Eagle Army had always been successful. Why would they be afraid of the Eagle Army? However, there were many enemies. It would be difficult to prevent them from entering the village. The Eagle Army in the sky was already close to the village, but they did not rush in. The thousands of people on the ground surrounded the village. From this, it could be seen that these people had discovered the War Eagle Army. Therefore, they did not act rashly. Even so, the Eagle Army was still very arrogant. Flying in such an obvious place, they were simply living targets. Their arrogance was not without reason. The martial artists in the War Eagle Army that Chun Kangmang had brought were generally at the 7th level of the Yin Yang realm. Only 10 sergeants had reached the 8th level of the Yin Yang realm. However, everyone in the Eagle Army was at least at the 8th level of the Yin Yang realm. The deputy was at the middle stage of the 9th level of the Yin Yang realm. The centurion was at the same level as him, but slightly weaker. It could be said that the Eagle Army's overall strength was absolutely superior to the War Eagle Army. Although the War Eagle Army was not afraid, the truth was the truth. The difference was the difference. In the Eagle Army, the deputy general stood on a gigantic eagle and shouted, "People of the village, listen up. Surrender quickly, and you can still leave behind a complete corpse. Otherwise, all of you will be killed and torn apart by 5 horses. People of the War Eagle Army, you better not resist. The king has ordered that the remnants of the Ling family must be eradicated. Do you dare to rebel?" "Nonsense! The Ling family village is empty. The 7th prince is resting here. Do you dare to harm him?" Lai Huang scolded loudly. "The 7th prince? Haha. If the 7th prince wants to work with those traitors, so what if we kill him? He is just a commandery prince. Even if he dies, the king will not feel sorry." The deputy sneered. "You are courting death." Lai Huang roared. "Although I want to kill you, you are not worthy with your strength. I have other matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you," the deputy Ling Xiao said, and then headed towards the volcano with the centurion. Before leaving, he gave an order to a martial artist at the 9th level of the Yin Yang realm. "Kill without mercy." It seems that those two came for the lava chalcedony. But what will their expressions be when they see that the lava chalcedony is gone? Chapter 25:93. Ling Xiao suddenly leaped into the air and floated in midair. Lava flowed all over his body and flames surged. His hands formed a strange seal as the terrifying lava power gathered between his hands. Then, With a roar, he threw out the lava power. Lava Storm. This was the first time he used Lava Storm after reaching the peak of the lava battle body. He didn't know how powerful it was, but he felt that it wouldn't be any weaker than a top-tier Jade-grade martial skill. The terrifying lava storm began to wreak havoc around the village. The people surrounding the village began to let out mournful screams. In an instant, hundreds of people died. This was strength. This was lethality. Not only that, but a protective wall formed by lava rose around the village, preventing the people surrounding the village from entering. F***CK. Seeing this scene, Lai Huang was shocked. Ling Xiao was just testing his skills, but he had already caused such terrifying destruction. After killing so many people, he still wanted to compete with Ling Xiao to see who killed more people. What a joke! Let's do it, Lai Huang. Let me see how strong the War Eagle Army is. Ling Xiao laughed loudly. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to use his ability. Holy Kings, Berserk War Song. A loud war song sounded in the valley. At that moment, all the War Eagle Army martial artists were wrapped in a layer of blood-red light. At this moment, not only were their blood boiling, but their battle strength also soared. They were originally worried that they wouldn't be a match for the War Eagle Army, but now they were confident. Holy Kings, Recovery War Song. As their battle strength soared, another war song sounded. The War Eagle Army martial artists found that their internal energy was recovering at an accelerated rate. They found that their injuries were also healing at an accelerated rate. They didn't know what kind of power this was, but they knew that it came from Ling Xiao, that strange and terrifying youth. Good, really good. Lai Huang found that his battle strength had soared by at least 2 or 3 times. This was simply too satisfying. She had doubted that gigolo before. No, it should be the young hero. Now, she was simply admiring him to the point of prostrating herself in admiration. The chaotic battle had begun. Lai Huang had also found his opponent. It was a first transition, Yin Yang, Realm 9th, Level Hell early stage expert. Little Demoness was left by Ling Xiao beside Yufeng Hua and did not participate in the charge. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, charged into the enemy ranks alone. Although the 100 Eagle Army no longer had a cultivator at the first transformation 9th level of Hell. However, there were still more than 10 peak Yin Yang realm martial artists at the 8th level of Hell. Ling Xiao planned to stall these 10 people by himself. Brothers, there's something strange about this guy. He must be the one who released that annoying war song. Let's work together and kill him. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. No one in the Eagle Troop was weak. Thus, they quickly found the crux of the problem. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Each of their cultivations was comparable to Ling Xiao's. Although there was a large difference in their combat strength, there were still 10 of them. Moreover, there were 10 soldiers. They had the most combat experience and joint attack skills, so naturally they wouldn't let Ling Xiao have an easy time. You need my help? Yu Fenghua's voice suddenly rang in Ling Xiao's ears. No need. You just need to help guard the line of defense. Don't let those people enter the village. Ling Xiao didn't want Yu Fenghua to take the risk. He had just met Yu Fenghua and didn't know how strong his woman was. If he rashly let her attack and something happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the pain. What an arrogant boy. You dare to face 10 of us alone. Do you really think we're useless? The 10 people quickly surrounded Ling Xiao. 3 of them stood in the distance and aimed their bows and arrows at Ling Xiao. 3 others stood in the middle and used spears. 3 others stood in the second row and used swords. The last person stood in the front and held a huge shield. He had no other weapons. It seemed that he was mainly responsible for defense. Such cooperation could be said to be perfect if they encountered any enemy, they could easily kill them. However, they just had to meet Ling Xiao. He was a terrifying enemy that couldn't be estimated. Ling Xiao completely entered the purple lightning bull martial soul transformation state. Then he directly released the special skill, Earthquake. Not only could this move cause the earth to tremble and the mountains to sway, it could also distort the air. It could also stun the enemy, although it was only a moment of dizziness. But it gave Ling Xiao the best opportunity to attack. Wolf travels 1,000 miles. Lone wolf travels. He instantly passed through the enemies in front of him and reached the outermost circle. Facing the surprised archers, he smiled coldly and stabbed out with the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. Slash shimming. Ling Xiao didn't use his most powerful move, because the more powerful the move, the more inner strength it consumed, and it took a longer time to accumulate energy. There was no time at all. Slash Xianming could be used almost instantly in Ling Xiao's hands. In just an instant, it pierced through the throat of one of the archers. This archer was a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, he actually didn't react at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but because he had just recovered from the dizziness and was already about to accept the fate of death. Ling Xiao dared to use the martial skill that he had used in the 8 Immortals County City here, because he didn't plan to let anyone live. He wanted to kill every single one of the enemies who had come to attack him today. Anyway, even if these people died 10 times, none of them would be innocent. How could a person who would attack the old, weak, women, and children have a good character? Moreover, there was no need for sympathy or mercy on the battlefield. If he showed mercy, he would be the unlucky one. Wolf travels 1,000 miles. Lightning Wolf. After killing one of the archers, Ling Xiao didn't stop. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced on the second archer. This second person even made a defensive move. Unfortunately, his body was paralyzed by the lightning and his wrist was stiff. He couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack at all. He became the second victim. In midair, Ling Xiao changed his form. Overlord Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul Transformation. Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. After killing the second archer, Ling Xiao completed his transformation and attack. The demonic dragon blood curse targeted everyone around him. At this moment, 3 spearmen were stabbing at him from behind. The third archer fled into the distance. It was obvious that he wanted to increase the distance between them to attack him. Therefore, Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon blood curse. Today's demonic dragon blood curse was even more powerful because of the tyrannical blood demonic dragon's advancement. The 4 people around him felt their chi and blood churn, and they almost fell from the sky. The eagle under them had already lost consciousness. Shadow Cone. When they were relatively far away, Ling Xiao shot out a shadow cone from his left hand and pierced the last archer's throat. At this point, in just a few breaths' time, 3 of the 10 peak Yin-Yang realm experts at the 8th level of the Hell had died. Chapter 2594. Ling Xiao took care of the 3 most troublesome archers in a few breaths. The enemy's original formation was completely disrupted. Whether it was the Eagle Army or the War Eagle Army, they were all shocked by this scene. They knew that Ling Xiao was not weak, but they never expected Ling Xiao to be so powerful. Was he really not a disciple of the Royal Capital's Arcana Academy? Was he just a nobody from the 8 Immortals County? The one who felt this the most was Lai Huang. He originally wanted to help Ling Xiao after killing his opponents. In his heart, Ling Xiao was inferior to him and would be in danger. But now, he was unable to take down his opponents. And Ling Xiao had already killed 3 of them in the blink of an eye. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. No wonder His Highness thinks so highly of this person, and let him lead the War Eagle army. Now I understand. I am ashamed. Lai Huang smiled bitterly in his heart. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He thought that because his cultivation was higher than others, he was stronger than others. But he had forgotten that there were some people in this world who could kill opponents above their cultivation level. Just as he was thinking, another scream came from the other side. Ling Xiao did not stop attacking just because he killed 3 archers. On the battlefield, he displayed the qualities of a soldier. That was to not relax as long as the battle did not stop. Kill Xianming. Destroy Yin Yang. Destroy Ghost King. Kill Ghost Dragon. After 4 consecutive moves by Ling Xiao, the spearmen and short-range soldiers were all killed because the archers were no longer holding them back. In the end, only one person with a huge shield was left of the 10 people. This guy's defense was very strong, so he was able to block several of Ling Xiao's attacks. I'll show you something ruthless. Ling Xiao sneered. Lightning began to jump all over his body. He formed a seal with his hands, and a ball of lightning was blasted out by him. Violent thunder technique. This secret technique did not care if your defense was strong or not. The terrifying lightning struck the huge shield and penetrated it, hitting the last Yin Yang realm martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of hell. The giant shield in his hand fell to the ground, and even the eagle was charred black by the electricity. The man and the eagle died on the spot. Lai Huang, you have to hurry up. As a centurion, don't fall behind me. After killing these 10 First Revolution Yin Yang realm martial artists at the peak of the 8th level of hell, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the terrifying purple lightning thunderbolt. The terrifying beasts crashed into the crowd. It was a pity that the Eagle Legion was originally quite strong and disciplined. When fighting with the War Eagle Legion, they were able to gain the upper hand. However, with the addition of the giant beast Ling Xiao, the situation of the battle was immediately reversed. Every time the terrifying beasts collided, more than a dozen people would be killed or injured. The flying eagle was so frightened that it lost control and flew everywhere. You guys deal with those guys on the ground. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Leave the ones in the sky to me. The people on the ground, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, were actually preparing to flee. However, Ling Xiao would not give them the chance. This was a group of beasts that would not even spare the weak, women, and children. Not to mention that this was a battlefield. Even if he encountered them on a normal day, he would not feel guilty killing them. Other than Lai Huang, the rest of the War Eagle Legion charged towards the ground. Together with the War Eagle's suppression from the sky, they began to massacre the people on the ground. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was wreaking havoc in the sky, without using martial techniques. Just the terrifying beast soul transformation was enough to terrify the enemy. However, the Eagle Legion was also quite strong. Facing a powerful enemy, they did not retreat at all. Therefore, Ling Xiao gave them the treatment they deserved. At the very least, these people's corpses were left intact. However, their corpses were charred by the lightning. At this moment, Lai Huang finally destroyed his opponent with the help of the 2 battle songs. However, there was nothing for him to be happy about. Speaking of which, if not for Ling Xiao's battle songs, he might not have been this guy's match. It would have been a fierce battle. But now, although the battle lasted a little longer, it was a crushing victory. A complete victory. Not only did he respect Ling Xiao, but he also feared him. Looking at the charred corpses on the ground, he felt his heart tremble a little. Lai Huang was a centurion who had experienced many battles. However, he felt that compared to Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent, It was like comparing a grain of light to the sun. The difference was too great. What shocked him even more was that the little demoness, who could easily defeat him, did not even make a move. What kind of monster was Ling Xiao? Clean up the battlefield. Ling Xiao's voice rang out again. The fierce enemies who had come had basically turned into corpses. Only the Eagle Legion's deputy general and centurion had not died because they had gone to the volcano. Lai Huang, I'll leave the village to you. I believe you have experience in handling this. I'll be back soon. Although Ling Xiao had obtained the lava chalcedony, he was actually very interested in the three-headed lava hound. His black wolf general beast soul was no longer of a high grade and needed a more powerful beast soul to replace it. The three-headed lava hound was not bad. It was just right for him. If he could turn this guy into his beast soul, his combat strength would increase again. Especially after the three-headed lava hound beast soul transformation, the power of the lava battle constitution would definitely increase. Just like how the purple lightning thunderbolt beast soul could increase the power of the lightning battle constitution. I'll go with you, Yu Fanghua suddenly said. No, you stay here. I'll be at ease with the little demoness protecting you. Ling Xiao shook his head and rejected her directly. No, if you die, I'll owe you a favor. So I'll go with you. Oh yes, you're very strong, and your temper is to my liking. However, you're still not as strong as me. Yu Fanghua shook her head and rejected Ling Xiao's good intentions. She could feel the care and concern this man had for her. Although she didn't know why, she knew it was sincere. Since the moment she was born, no one had treated her this well except for her parents. Almost everyone had other motives, but this man was different. So she didn't want this man to die. She had a strong feeling that if this man died, she would regret it. All right. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He knew the moon lady's temper too well. She was as stubborn as he was. Once a decision was made, it was impossible to change it. Since that was the case, there was no need to force her. Let's go. Ling Xiao headed towards the volcano. Just as he rose into the air, there was a sudden roar from the volcano. Two human figures and a huge beast figure shot out of the volcano at the same time. Hee. Looks like those two guys didn't get the lava chalcedony and provoked the three-headed lava hound instead. Maybe we don't have to fight today. Ling Xiao smiled. This was a good opportunity to reap the benefits of a third party. Fanghua, don't expose yourself later. Let them fight. We'll wait for an opportunity to reap the benefits. Chapter 2595. Yu Fanghua wanted to say, why should I listen to you? But when the words were about to come out of his mouth, they changed into a single word. Even she did not know what was wrong with her. Why did she have an innate sense of identity with this man and was willing to listen to him? Seeing Ling Xiao, the little demoness, and Yu Fanghua leave, one of the War Eagle Army sergeants couldn't help but ask, Centurion, could this person be the genius young master of some large family? How can he be so powerful? Nonsense! Don't you know that he is Ling Xiao? The young man who walked step by step from Yuhua town and defeated the 3 sect leaders of the 8 Immortals County with his own hands and finally became the 8 Immortals County's lord. Lai Huang's view of Ling Xiao had completely changed. Previously, he thought that the rumors outside had overestimated Ling Xiao, but now he understood that it was not overestimating, but underestimating, seriously underestimating. Didn't they say that his lord position was given to him by Jihyun of Silla? The sergeant asked curiously, You don't believe me when I say you are stupid. Jihyun of Silla is called buying people's hearts. Do you think someone who is favored by him will be bad? Lai Huang laughed. I understand now. The sergeant was enlightened. All right, you guys clean up the battlefield. I will go help. Those 2 guys from the Eagle Army are at the middle stage of the 9th level of hell after all. There is also that terrifying three-headed lava hound. Maybe I can help." Lai Huang waved his hand and headed in the direction of the volcano. In the hidden forest, Ling Xiao, the little devil girl, and Yu Fenghua were hiding quietly. They were waiting for the right time to attack. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were the oriole. The three-headed lava hound was roaring crazily and fighting with two people from the eagle army. The two people were not willing to fight with this guy at first, but they were chased by it when they wanted to escape. They could not escape at all. They had no choice but to turn back and fight. Otherwise, if they left their backs to the giant beast, they would not be far from death. The three-headed lava hound's body was huge, and each of its attacks was extremely powerful. Just a simple hit was enough to make people tremble in fear. However, the deputy general and centurion of the Eagle Troop were not to be trifled with either. They were actually able to meet force with force in the face of such a colossus. It was just a slight loss. Suddenly, the centurion took out a talisman. In an instant, the terrifying water vapor between heaven and earth condensed together, forming a water ball that was even larger than the three-headed lava hound. The water ball smashed on the three-headed lava hound. This time, the demonic beast was seriously injured. Two of the three heads of the three-headed lava hound had been destroyed, and many parts of its body had cracked open. Lava was flowing out of its body, and it was in an extremely miserable state. Ha ha ha, a demonic beast will always be a demonic beast. How can you be compared to us cultivators? Since I can't obtain the lava chalcedony, killing you and bringing you back is the same. The centurion revealed a ferocious expression. The deputy general beside him also had a proud look on his face. It was as if the three-headed lava hound was already in their hands. However, Ling Xiao, who was not far away, frowned. This was because he could vaguely sense that the lava in the volcano seemed to be flowing into the three-headed lava hound's body in large amounts. The severed heads of the three-headed lava hound were rapidly growing back. This was nothing. He could clearly feel a terrifying energy gathering in the monster's mouth. Oh no, this bastard is going to release a large-scale attack. I have to stop it. Originally, Ling Xiao had planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits from the battle. However, he could no longer sit by and do nothing. Once this monster released a terrifying skill, the entire valley would probably become a world of lava. When that happened, the Eagle Troop would be in trouble. After all, they were comrades who had fought together. Ling Xiao did not want to see that happen. Moreover, these Eagle Troop soldiers did not hesitate to become enemies with the royal family for the Ling family. Just this spirit alone was worthy of his respect. How could he let them die without knowing the reason behind it? Thinking of this, he suddenly dashed out. In midair, he transformed into the purple lightning bull and released his lava battle body at the same time. He charged towards the three-headed lava hound. He wanted to interrupt the three-headed lava hound's secret technique. However, Ling Zhao's sudden appearance shocked the centurion and deputy general of the Eagle Troop. What kind of monster is that? Who cares what kind of monster it is? If it wants to steal our prey, we'll kill it together. The centurion did not know that this huge purple lightning bull was Ling Zhao's transformation. He thought that it was a monster that came out of the forest to steal the three-headed lava hound's corpse. He immediately jumped up and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with him and focused on the three-headed lava hound. Even if he was attacked by the centurion, he would not die. However, once the three-headed lava hound released its skill, it would be the end of the valley. He could not allow that to happen. Die, evil creature! The centurion roared. His most powerful attack had already condensed on the spear in his hand, and he viciously stabbed at the purple lightning bull. There was a ruthless look in his eyes. Ling Xiao definitely could not free himself to deal with the centurion at this time. Although he had the little demoness, he had ordered her to protect Yu Fanghua with her life. Therefore, the little demoness would definitely not choose to attack the centurion. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, the centurion's body suddenly flew out. Vaguely, Ling Xiao seemed to see a flash of moonlight. Could it be her? There were not many people in the world who could use moonlight as a weapon except for the Moon Lady. However, at this critical moment, he could not think too much. The terrifying purple lightning bull's body slammed into the three-headed lava hound's stomach. The three-headed lava hound's power that was condensing was instantly scattered, and its entire body fell into the volcano. At this time, Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, Yu Fanghua also breathed a sigh of relief. What a daredevil! She actually revealed a rare smile. In the past, when she was in the Palace of Eternal Life, she had a nickname, Cold Moon Ruthless. There were two meanings. One was that she had a rare celestial martial soul, the Moon Martial Soul. The other was that she was cold and emotionless and did not smile much. Anyway, other than her parents, no one had seen her smile again. But now, she was actually smiling again, which surprised even herself. The situation at this time was a little strange. The three-headed lava hound was seriously injured. The centurion of the Eagle Army was seriously injured. Only the deputy general and Ling Xiao were unharmed, but they were somewhat exhausted. Of course, the little demoness hiding in the dark, Yu Fanghua, and Lai Huang, who had just arrived, were also fine. However, they did not participate in the battle for the time being. Lai Huang, help me keep an eye on the three-headed lava hound. If it does anything strange, tell me immediately. I will kill the deputy general first. Ling Xiao sensed Lai Huang's arrival, but Lai Huang was definitely not the three-headed lava hound's opponent, so he could only help keep an eye on it. Chapter 25, 96. Arrogant man, don't take everything on yourself. You're no match for them alone. Yu Fanghua walked out from the shadows. The little devil girl followed closely behind. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "The little devil girl, and I will deal with the three-headed lava hound. We can at least stall it for you. Leave that heavily injured centurion to our centurion, Lai Huang. You just need to focus on dealing with that deputy general." Ling Xiao was about to speak when Yu Fanghua added, "Don't refuse. You don't have the right to refuse." After speaking, she pounced on the three-headed lava hound. "Little devil girl, protect her well." Ling Xiao also knew that Yu Fanghua's method was the best. It was much better than the strategy he had come up with previously. He had ignored the strategy because he did not want Yu Fanghua to be in danger. But now, there was no other way. He could only hope that the little devil girl could protect Yu Fanghua well. "Lai Huang, do as she says." "No problem." After assigning the battle tasks, Ling Xiao returned to his purple lightning ox form and looked at the deputy of the Eagle Army. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with my Eagle Army's business?" The deputy of the Eagle Army frowned. Most people in this country did not dare to offend him, let alone the 14th Prince's man. In terms of cultivation alone, he was much stronger than this young man. Did this kid have a death wish? "I'm interfering with your Eagle Army's business. I've killed all your underlings. Next, it's your turn." Ling Xiao sneered. The 8 male and female immortal swords appeared in his hands. Lava was boiling all over his body. It was quite shocking. The reason why he chose the top-level lava battle body was because they were at the mouth of a volcano. The power of the lava battle body would be stronger. Of course, nothing was set in stone. he would still adapt to the next battle. After all, he had never been an old-fashioned person. Nonsense! You think you can kill so many of my Eagle Army's men? The lieutenant general didn't believe Ling Zhao's words at all. Are you an idiot? If we didn't destroy your people, why would Lai Huang and I have the time to come and cause trouble for you? Ling Zhao sneered. It's up to you to believe it or not. When you go to hell, you can ask your comrades what happened. Do you really have to kill them? The deputy general's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Indeed, Ling Zhao nodded. Then go to hell. The deputy general suddenly launched an attack. His weapon was a saber. It seemed to be an immortal grade spirit weapon. Compared to Ling Zhao's 8 immortal swords, it was one level lower. Therefore, in terms of weapons, Ling Zhao had the advantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to face this guy, one-on-one. The other party's movement technique was terrifying as well. From the looks of it, it was a top-tier Jade grade movement technique. As for Ling Zhao's 1,000-mile wolf, only the last 2 moves were top-tier Jade grade movement techniques. The first 7 moves were actually just a top-grade, high-tier Jade grade movement technique. Even so, Ling Zhao had already mastered these 7 moves to perfection. In terms of movement techniques, he was not inferior to his opponent at all. In terms of speed and flexibility, he was even better. Perhaps this was the so-called talent. Seeing this, the lieutenant general couldn't help but be surprised. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be able to master a top-tier Jade grade movement technique to such a level. With such talent, are you a genius disciple of the Arcana Academy? A frog in a well. Is the Arcana Academy the only one in the world? Ling Zhao was worried about Yufanghua, so he didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. As he spoke, he intensified his attacks. Since his movement technique was better than his opponent's, he would use it to fight. After all, in terms of pure strength, his opponent was much stronger than him. Bang! After many probing and dodging, the two finally clashed. Then they separated quickly. That's a divine grade spiritual weapon. Which family are you from? Ling Zhao wasn't at a disadvantage in this clash because he used his fighting techniques to the extreme. He used his advantage to attack his opponent's weakness. So the lieutenant general was the one at a disadvantage. However, what the lieutenant general saw was not the marvelous skills of his martial arts, but the difference in the weapon. Greed appeared in his eyes. Although I don't use a long sword, if I give this weapon to the 14th prince as a gift, he will definitely like it. I'm afraid he won't be so lucky. Ling Zhao spoke fast, and his attacks were even faster. He stabbed with both swords at the same time, in different directions, with different moves. This was another advantage he had over his opponent. Double-wielding, cut shimming, break-in, and yang. You have this kind of ability. The lieutenant general was stunned for a moment. He quickly retreated and used his martial arts to defend himself. He was stronger than Ling Zhao in terms of strength, so he underestimated his opponent at the beginning. But at this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent at all. He had already treated Ling Zhao as an opponent on the same level as him. Scorching Sun Saber. The lieutenant general roared. As he retreated, he raised his saber high and slashed down fiercely. There seemed to be a red sun flashing on the saber. The light was dazzling, and the temperature instantly exploded. The martial arts technique used by this guy was also a top-tier Jade grade martial arts technique, and it was a good one. It was more powerful than Ling Zhao's cut shimming and break yin yang. So in an instant, the Scorching Sun saber defeated the two attacks. However, the power of the combination of the two attacks also collapsed the saber chi of the Scorching Sun saber. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Oh no, The lieutenant general seemed to have realized that his opponent had used a less powerful and less energy-consuming move to exchange for his big one. Although his cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, the Scorching Sun Saber was his strongest martial arts technique. Now that it was offset by Ling Xiao's two small moves, he was at a disadvantage. "I don't believe you can block it." The lieutenant general flew into a rage out of humiliation. He attacked Ling Xiao with the Scorching Sun Saber again, but he only used the power of the profound achievement in the previous attack. This time, he used the power of the Great Fulfillment. "Do you think you're the only one who knows martial arts techniques of this level?" Ling Xiao sneered. He stabbed with both swords again. Dual wield, King of Annihilation, Ghost Dragon Slaying. He used two moves at the same time again. King of Annihilation was a top-tier Jade grade martial arts technique, which was of the same level as the Scorching Sun Saber. It was perfect to weaken the power of the Scorching Sun Saber. As for the Ghost Slaying Dragon, it was a martial skill of a higher grade than the Sun Battle Saber. Since it was launched later, the Deputy General had no way to react. The terrifying attack directly hit his body and sent him flying into the dense forest. Ling Xiao did not spare him and flew into the dense forest. He absolutely couldn't let anyone live. Otherwise, today's battle might be leaked out. Chapter 2597. The Deputy General naturally didn't die in the forest. After all, he was stronger than Ling Xiao. Although he had been hit directly, he had only suffered minor injuries. However, the Deputy General didn't want to continue fighting. He had started to fear his opponent. He had also started to doubt himself. He wanted to leave just like that and report the situation here to the 14th Prince. However, how could Ling Xiao give him such an opportunity? There was no one else in the forest. There was only the Deputy General and Ling Xiao, who had chased after him. Ling Xiao released his tyrannical sky martial soul without restraint. Terrifying power poured out of the pitch-black universe and fused into the two swords. "It's been a long time since I used all my strength to deal with someone. It's an honor that you're dead. Tyrannical sky, Ghost War Emperor." The vast universe was pitch black. Suddenly, a huge figure walked out of the universe. It was a strange, gigantic monster. Its entire body exuded sharp sword intent and killing intent. It pounced on the Deputy General like a comet. Faced with this despairing attack, the Deputy General frantically used all sorts of abilities to block and evade it. Unfortunately, it was useless. The huge Ghost War Emperor finally landed on the ground. A large part of the dense forest had been cut off. The Deputy General had been buried by the violent sword Qi along with the dense forest. After killing the Deputy General of the Eagle Troop, Ling Xiao put away his tyrannical sky martial soul and heaved a sigh of relief. The combination of a divine-grade spirit weapon and the tyrant martial soul made him use almost all the means at his disposal except for the Butterfly Lady and Yuan Venerates. Only then had he finally killed the Deputy General. This process had been really tough. Even so, he had still gained a lot. He had finally broken through 20% of his energy at the peak of the 8th level of Hell. Next, he just needed to condense another 80% of his energy to break through to the 9th level of Hell. Only by reaching that level of cultivation would he be considered an ordinary genius martialist in the royal capital. Ling Xiao didn't have time to enjoy the joy of this victory. After killing the Deputy General, he immediately returned in the direction of the volcano because he was worried about Yu Fenghua. However, when he arrived there, he found that Yu Fenghua was still standing on top of a huge boulder without a speck of dust. As for the corpse of the three-headed lava hound, it was lying on the ground. It was unknown when the battle had ended. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. It seemed like the Moon Lady was stronger than him both before and after reincarnating. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. The Moon Lady was born in the Eternal Palace. With the best resources in the Black Tortoise Continent, the most powerful martial arts, and his own foundation, it would be strange if he was not as strong as him. It seems like my worries were unnecessary. Ling Xiao chuckled and shook his head. He wasn't jealous of you, Fang Hua, at all. Instead, he felt a strong sense of security. As long as Yu Fanghua was stronger than him, he would not have to worry. Young hero Ling, come and help me. Suddenly, a loud cry for help came from Lai Huang's side. Damn, you can't even defeat a heavily injured centurion. Ling Xiao frowned and was a little dissatisfied. However, when he turned his head, he discovered that the centurion of the Eagle Army had a similar talisman as the deputy general. It was a powerful talisman. It was just that the effects were different. This talisman had summoned a huge lava monster that was attacking Lai Huang. However, the centurion was nowhere to be seen. Oh no, that guy escaped. Ling Xiao immediately released his soul power to capture the centurion's whereabouts. That guy shouldn't have escaped too far. If he chased, he would definitely be able to catch up. As for Lai Huang being forced back, he didn't care at all. Although the lava monster was strong, it could only last for 5 minutes. Lai Huang could still hold on, so he didn't need to worry. Found him. Ling Xiao finally caught a whiff of the centurion's aura. However, his expression immediately turned ugly. This was because he discovered that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were heading up the mountain. The two girls must have come up the mountain to search for Ling Xiao because he had left. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the 7th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. This cultivation level could be considered invincible in the 8 Immortals city. However, in front of the centurion of the Eagle Army, it was not worth mentioning. Although the centurion was heavily injured, his cultivation level was much higher. He could probably kill Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death within 10 moves. Ling Xiao thought of this and transformed into a wolf-shaped lightning bolt as he sped in that direction. Although Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were not his true love, they had been through life and death situations with him. He definitely couldn't allow these two women to be hurt. Originally, he wanted the corpse of the 3-headed lava hound. However, in order to save people, he couldn't even care about that. At this moment, he only wanted to kill the centurion as soon as possible. Faster! Faster! Ling Xiao actually discovered the centurion's corpse on the ground. There was no one around. He couldn't help but be shocked. Too heavily injured. So he died? Big brother Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, 2 crisp sounds could be heard from the forest. Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were actually there, unharmed. Both of them had broken through at the same time. Lin Ruoxian was already at the middle stage of the 8th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Moon Death was at the early stage of the 8th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that a lot of the power of the General of 9 Snakes and General of Lung used sealed within their bodies had been released. Ling Xiao had helped them seal this power in their bodies. This way, it wouldn't continue to leak out. Ordinary warriors didn't have this ability. If they suddenly received a large amount of power, they would explode. They would either explode to death, release the power, or store it in some container. However, Ling Xiao could turn this power into his own potential and store it in his cells. He could also help others do this, but unfortunately, it wasn't as perfect as him. He could store 100% of it, but he would lose at least half of it to help others. However, even so, it could still be used for Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death for a long time. At the very least, this kind of accumulated power would exist before they reached the 18th level of hell. Therefore, the cultivation of these two girls would increase very quickly. There was another person who had this advantage, and that was Ling Yan. He had the complete inheritance of the 8 Immortals patriarch in his body. It was also sealed with Ling Zhao's help. Now that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had broken through, and it was a major breakthrough, there was only one possibility. It was because they had killed the centurion of the Eagle Army. Did you kill him? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Yes, this person attacked us crazily and was extremely powerful. However, we didn't make the same mistake as when we dealt with him last time. We calmly used our Dharma treasures to kill the heavily injured him. Lin Ruoxian explained. Looks like you've grown. Chapter 2598. The stronger Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were, the more help they would be to Ling Xiao. Naturally, he would be happy. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet a friend. Ling Xiao brought Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to the volcano. Yu Fanghua was still there. The little devil girl was also there. Lai Huang was lying on the ground, panting heavily. The huge lava monster was already gone. What a beautiful woman. The moment they saw Yu Fanghua, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death let out the same exclamation. They were considered stunning beauties, but compared to Yu Fanghua, they were not on the same level. This made the two girls feel helpless, but more than that, they were amazed. The person I want to introduce to you is Yu Fanghua, my new friend. Ling Xiao smiled and introduced Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death then said, Fanghua, these two are my good friends, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. You really know how to make friends. Your luck with women is not bad. Yu Fanghua did not know why, but when she saw Ling Zhao's good relationship with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, she actually felt jealous. Therefore, she blurted out such words. When she said it, she was stunned. She did not understand why she was like this. She could clearly maintain her indifference and absolute calmness in front of others. Why did she lose her composure after seeing this guy called Ling Xiao? Fanghua, listen to me. They are really just my friends. It's not like what you think. Ling Xiao had just found his true love. He really did not want Moon Death to misunderstand. You don't have to explain to me. We just met by chance. Yu Fanghua said lightly. After saying that, she actually put on the bamboo hat again. There was a black gauze on the bamboo hat, which covered her beautiful face. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly, but he didn't explain anything. He believed that his feelings for the Moon Lady were real. From the heavenly dragon continent to the black tortoise continent, he had met too many beautiful women. However, the one who was truly in love with him was this woman. In this life, it would never change. Fearing that the more he explained, the more confused he became, the more he targeted the corpse of the three-headed lava hound. He took out the three-headed lava hound's crystal core and gave it to her. This avatar of his had the ability to devour all heat energy. Either light or heat would do. Therefore, this three-headed lava hound's demonic beast core was definitely beneficial to her. As for Ling Xiao himself, he kept the three-headed lava hound's corpse into the mountain river world. Yu Fanghua didn't say anything about it, so it was hard to tell what she was thinking. After she devoured the three-headed lava hound's demonic beast core, she began to cultivate at the mouth of the volcano. After Ling Xiao obtained the three-headed lava hound's corpse, he sat down cross-legged and began to use the special effect of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul to transform it into a beast soul. Sister Moon Lady, whether you know me or not, I, Ling Xiao, will protect you with all my heart, forever. Therefore, I must become stronger. With that in mind, Ling Xiao had already entered a frenzied state of cultivation. In front of everyone, he ate the mid-grade spirit stones and yin and yang pills like they were fried beans. Lai Huang, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. My goodness, where did this young hero Ling come from? Isn't he an ordinary person? How could he have such an extravagant cultivation method? Those spiritual stones are as if they cost nothing. Those pills are even eaten in large quantities. Yu Fanghua was also surprised. Ordinary martial artists would never dare to do such a thing. Although the medium spiritual stones and pills were good things, there was a limit to how much a person's body could withstand. If they were too hasty, the result would be very troublesome. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life. They would directly explode from the terrifying energy. However, Ling Zhao's body was as deep as the universe. It was vast and boundless. No matter what entered his body, it seemed to be able to transform and refine it. After about 10 minutes, the three-headed lava hound's corpse had completely disappeared. A large amount of energy, stimulated by the spiritual stones and pills, surged into Ling Zhao's inner hell. This caused Ling Zhao's strength to soar from 20% to 70%. This wasn't the end. At this time, the three-headed lava hound had just been transformed into a beast soul. A portion of its strength was still stored in its soul. Ling Zhao activated the deity dog position and took out the Black Wolf General's beast soul. He merged it into his body and turned it into his own energy. Unfortunately, it was like a drop in the ocean. It couldn't cause any waves. After that, he placed the newly transformed three-headed lava hound's beast soul into the deity dog position. At that moment, the energy contained in the three-headed lava hound's beast soul exploded again. The last 30% of the energy was also filled. The door to the 9th level of hell appeared above Ling Zhao's head. It was completely open. He had broken through again, and this breakthrough gave him more confidence to protect Yu Fanghua. However, for this breakthrough, he had used up close to 10,000 medium spiritual stones. He had also used up more than 100 yin-yang pills. Ordinary people couldn't afford to be so extravagant. Even if he was a disciple of a large family, he wouldn't be able to use this kind of resource as freely as Ling Zhao. With a huge increase in his cultivation, his strength naturally soared as well. If he were to meet the deputy general now, he would be killed in a second. There was no need to use the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. He had broken through, and so did his external incarnation. After completely devouring the three-headed lava hound's beast core, Yu Fanghua's cultivation had jumped from the middle stage of the 9th level of hell to the late stage and reached the peak stage. The little devil girl's aura also became stronger. Are you leaving? Yu Fanghua couldn't help but ask when she saw Ling Zhao open his eyes. Yes, I'm going to the Qin Kingdom's capital to join the Arcana Academy and cultivate at a higher level. Ling Zhao nodded and said, What about you? Do you want to come with me? He knew that Yu Fanghua didn't have any other friends here, but he still had to ask, Of course, you're my only friend in the Qin Kingdom. I'll go with you, lest you get killed. Yu Fanghua said lightly. Although her voice was cold, Ling Zhao was very happy to hear her concern. It seemed like even though the Moon Lady had reincarnated, she still had feelings for Ling Zhao in her subconscious. This kind of love went deep into her bones and soul. Then I'll have to trouble heroine Fanghua. Ling Zhao smiled, and then stood up and said, In 2 more days, the 7th prince will probably enter the 8 Immortals' city. We'll set off then. Then I'll go deal with the corpses and organize the defense. Lai Huang felt like he was a huge third wheel here. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, he hurriedly said, Then I'll have to trouble Centurion Lai Huang. Ling Zhao nodded, and then said to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, You two can cultivate here. Chapter 25, 99. This place is suitable for cultivation. You too can come as well. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and said, "Okay." The two nodded, then sat down and closed their eyes. "Feng Hua, I'll have to trouble you to wait for 2 more days." Ling Xiao looked at Yufeng Hua and said, "It doesn't matter." Yufeng Hua said coldly and then sat down. He couldn't see her face clearly and didn't know what she was thinking. However, Ling Xiao was already very satisfied that the person he loved was by his side. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao used these 2 days to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, he started to cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard and the higher-level Lightning Shield. Perhaps it was because his hard work paid off, or perhaps it was because his cultivation had broken through. The Lightning Shield allowed him to cultivate to the proficient level. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard had also reached the small success level. He could finally have a Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. These 2 days didn't go to waste. Although there were a few waves of people who came, their strength wasn't very high. The War Eagle Army easily dealt with them. After bidding farewell to the War Eagle Army, Ling Xiao took Yufeng Hua, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death and embarked on the journey to the Qin Kingdom's capital. That place was like a big river, and they were only small carps. They couldn't cause any waves in the big river. Carps couldn't compare to the big river. If they didn't jump through the Dragon's Gate, there wouldn't be any real change. This was what Ling Xiao was pursuing. On the way, Ling Xiao transformed into the black striped flying tiger and carried the beauties. They arrived at the Qin Kingdom's capital at dawn the next day. The capital city was named Thunder City. This was because the Qin Kingdom's royal family basically all had lightning martial spirits. Although there were many variants, they were all related to lightning. This was also the key reason why the 13th prince wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Emperor. Lightning City occupied a large area. Looking at the area, it was at least 10 times larger than the Eight Immortals City. It was extremely vast. No matter how large the black-striped flying tiger was, it was nothing more than a mosquito in front of the enormous Thunder capital. Riding a demonic beast was nothing much to martial artists. However, Ling Xiao did not want to be too conspicuous. When he was about 1,000 meters away from Lei Du, he transformed back into his original form. He was traveling on foot with a few beauties. With their speed, it would only take them a few minutes to cover this distance. Let's stick to the original plan and use Jihyun of Silla's name to gain a foothold in the royal city. Ling Xiao had gotten acquainted with the 7th prince, Qin Kangmeng, and decided to support him to become the king of the Qin Kingdom. But now was not the time to reveal it. After all, Qin Kangmeng's foundation was too shallow. Not only would he not be of any help to him in the capital, he would even be detrimental to him. But Jihyun of Silla was different. After entering the royal city, there were 2 people that one could not afford to offend. One was Jihyun of Silla, and the other was the flying eagle-killing god, 14th Prince Qin Sangxiong. Even the king of the Qin Kingdom was not as dangerous as these 2. Therefore, if one became a subordinate of Jihyun of Silla, one would at least be safer. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Lei Du, although Lei Du had 4 city gates. Each gate only had 1 main road. However, after a few hundred meters, there would be many branching roads, like tributaries flowing into a large river. Every branching road was filled with people. It made people feel more lively than they had ever felt before. This black tortoise continent is indeed more powerful than the previous 3 continents. Just the small Qin Kingdom is already more lively than the most prosperous cities of the previous 3 continents. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart as he arrived at the city gate with the others. Since Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death all had the admission certificate of the Arcana Academy, The guards at the city gate were very polite to them, and since Yu Fenghua was with them, it was naturally easy for them to pass through. Originally, ordinary people were not allowed to enter the city with their faces covered. Yu Fenghua could be considered to have enjoyed special treatment. As soon as they stepped into the imperial city, a group of people appeared in front of them. "Sir, are you Lord Ling Xiao and his group?" The leader of the group cupped his hands and asked, "That's right. You are?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Oh, we are the soldiers of Jihyun of Silla's residence." Jihyun of Silla was worried that young Hero and the others would not be familiar with the situation, so he specially ordered us to welcome you. The leader of the group said very politely, "So that's how it is. Jihyun of Silla is really well informed. He actually knew that I would arrive in the royal city today. Well, it just so happens that I am not familiar with the royal city. Lead the way." Ling Xiao glanced at the leader and smiled. "This way, please." The leader and Ling Xiao's group walked in the middle. The rest of the group opened up a path in front, while the rest protected them from behind. They were quite cautious. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's attention was completely focused on the majestic Thunder City. In the center of Thunder City was an inner city. A wide and tall gate stood tall, blocking everyone from entering. That was where the royal palace was located. The inner city, ordinary people were not allowed to enter easily. Outside the inner city was the responsibility of the City Defense Battalion, which was Gu Mingyu's father, Gu Qianba. He was the commander of the City Defense Battalion and a first-grade marquis. He had a high position and authority. The inner city was under the responsibility of the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army had more than 50,000 soldiers, and they were all carefully selected. Each of them was very powerful. They were only responsible for protecting the royal authority and not the commoners. From time to time, there would be soldiers of the City Defense Battalion patrolling the outer city. When they saw Ling Xiao's group, they actually stopped and made way. This made Ling Xiao somewhat surprised. Jihyun of Silla was really powerful in Thunder City. Even the City Defense Battalion had to make way when they saw his people. This could be said to be monstrous power. There were many people on the road, all kinds of people. Ling Xiao was one of the most inconspicuous among these people. Therefore, no one would notice him. This young man who walked lightly on the streets of Thunder City with his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something, would actually become the person who would change the world of Qin country. His existence would change the direction of the wheel of history. The future of Qin country would also change because of him. "I'm suddenly a little hungry. Why don't we eat something before leaving?" Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the guard captain and said, "That's not very good, young hero Ling. We're just following orders. It wouldn't be good if something went wrong." The guard captain frowned and said, "It's fine. We won't go too far. Isn't there a restaurant? Looking at the size, it's pretty high-end. You guys just wait outside. What can happen?" Ling Xiao smiled and walked toward the restaurant. The other 3 girls followed closely behind. The guard captain seemed a little angry and helpless. He could only order his subordinates to surround the restaurant and then personally accompany Ling Xiao to the restaurant. The restaurant was very big, but there were also many guests. Therefore, it wasn't easy to find a seat. However, Ling Xiao's group was lucky. They happened to find a clean table, ordered a few dishes, and waited. The captain of the guards stood at the side like a wooden pillar. "I say, can you stand a little further away? You're making me lose my appetite. In any case, I'm your prince's guest. You don't have to look at me like I'm a prisoner, right?" Chapter 2600. It's my duty. Please forgive me. The guard captain still refused to leave. Ling Xiao's face suddenly darkened. "I told you to get out, so get out. Don't be so long-winded. You really think I don't know that you're not Jihyun of Scylla's man, but the 14th princes? Ah, the guard captain obviously didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through his identity. But even if he was seen through, he still had to pretend. Young hero, you must be joking. We've all followed Prince Jihyun of Scylla for many years. How could we be the 14th prince's men? Ling Xiao sneered. As far as I know, Gu Qianba and Marquis Yixiang of the city defense camp are both the 14th prince's men. How could his men be so polite to Jihyun of Scylla's men? But I'm afraid you can't be sure based on this. This is the royal city. It's normal to be polite to Prince Jihyun of Scylla's men. The guard captain was still stubbornly pretending. Then what's with this waist tag? Ling Xiao suddenly flashed a waist tag. On it were the words Prince of War. The 14th prince was the Prince of War. This was his title. Ah! The guard captain exclaimed again. He was shocked. That waist tag was in my storage ring. How could it be? At this time, he had nothing to pretend anymore. Ling Xiao had already found out. There was no point in pretending. Who told you that you can't steal things from the storage ring? Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly threw the waist tag at the guard captain. The guard captain hurriedly took out his weapon to block, but was directly blasted out of the restaurant. Go back and tell your 14th prince that he'd better not play this trick on me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning him. Get out. His get lost was extremely loud and clear like a clap of thunder. Unrelated people didn't feel anything when they heard it. It was just that it was loud. However, when the 14th prince and the others heard this, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. They were so scared that they fled in panic. Humph! Who would have thought that the dignified 14th prince would play such lowly tricks? I thought that he was a 9-star prince and a flying eagle-killing god. Who would have thought that he would be so despicable and shameless? Lin Ruoxian obviously didn't realize that the guard captain was faking it. He couldn't help but curse in his shock. This restaurant was not a place where one could hide their voices. This scene was naturally seen by others. Miss, be careful with your words. If you dare to talk about the 14th prince behind his back again, you might lose your life. A voice rang out. A girl walked down from the attic. She was about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance was not bad, and her strength was not bad either. She looked at Lin Ruoxian coldly. Her eyes filled with jealousy and viciousness. We are guests of Her Highness Jihyun of Scylla. The 14th prince dares to treat us like this. Can I even say a word? Moon Death could not help but ask. That's right, you can't. A cold glint flashed in the girl's eyes, and a murderous aura rose on her face. Other than the king, whoever doesn't listen to the 14th prince's words will die. You are the example. At this point, she suddenly waved her hand, and a black snake all flew through the air. It whistled through the air and shot directly towards Moon Death's forehead. She clearly wanted to take Moon Death's life. Her methods were extremely vicious. Her actions also showed that she was in the same boat as the 14th prince. She didn't even put Jihyun of Scylla in her eyes. When Ling Xiao was sizing up this girl, he could feel her dense, murderous aura, so he had been very careful. Seeing her trembling wrist and wanting to kill without saying a word, he couldn't help but be filled with boundless, murderous intent. He had seen such a vicious person before, and that person's ending was death. He coldly raised his hand, and the chopsticks in his hand accurately caught the snake awl. The snake awl was not big, only the size of an adult's pinky, but it flickered with a green glow. It was obviously smeared with poison. With such a strong poison, even a small scratch would cause great harm to one's skin. Miss, your thoughts are a bit too vicious. They were just speaking the truth. Even if they offended the 14th prince, it's pardonable. There's no need to kill them, right? Ling Zhao's voice was cold and murderous. He was really angry. He had just arrived at the imperial city, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. But who would have thought that the 14th prince would send someone to pick him up as soon as he entered the city? His motive was obvious. In the storage ring of the guard captain, there was not only a waste token, but also a secret order: lure Ling Xiao and the others to a secret place. If they refused to submit, kill them. Just based on this, Ling Xiao was not done with the 14th prince. He had seen through the other party's scheme, but only chased them away. He didn't kill them because he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, he had just arrived and felt that he should keep a low profile. But with such a vicious and crazy woman suddenly popping out, he really couldn't hold back his anger. Haven't you heard that trouble comes from a loose tongue? Although I don't know where you country bumpkins came from. In the imperial city, even if the 14th prince insulted your mother, you have to accept it without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Moreover, they dared to insult the 14th prince, so they must pay the price in blood. At this point, the girl looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "I'll teach you today that there are rules in the imperial city. If you can't control your mouth, you'll die. Lowly people like you can pollute the imperial city with even the air you breathe, not to mention slandering His Highness the Prince. You deserve 10,000 deaths." As she spoke, she circulated internal energy in her hands and pinched the 2 snake awls in her hands. She clearly looked at Ling Xiao. "My snake awls aren't something a lowly country bumpkin like you has the right to touch." Ling Xiao's gaze grew colder and colder. He knew that the girl in front of him was definitely not simple. According to common sense, he shouldn't provoke her. But he also knew that he, Ling Xiao, would never pretend to be a coward when it was time to make a move. Even if the other party was the Heavenly Emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. "You keep saying that others are lowly. Then what do you think you are? Are you the 14th prince's dog? Or perhaps she was a bed attendant that he kept for himself. You have a beautiful face, but the things you do and the words you say are like snakes and scorpions. You're really disgusting." Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see the other party's furious expression and continued to speak unhurriedly. "You're courting death." The girl was finally angry. The number of snake awls in her hands increased to 10, and they all shot at Ling Xiao. A cold, murderous aura spread in the restaurant, scaring the onlookers away. Even if they were just watching the show, they had to protect their lives. Otherwise, it would be tragic if they lost their lives while watching the show. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the incoming snake awls. "I'm courting death? You're just at the middle stage of the 8th level of hell. I really don't know who gave you the courage to be so arrogant." Chapter 26:01. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. As he spoke, he casually raised his hand, and the snake awl between his chopsticks suddenly flew out. He didn't even bother to use a martial technique to deal with such trash. The other party's snake awl was enough. The snake awl suddenly released a powerful force in the air, completely blocking the girl's 10 snake awls and shattering them. Then, the snake awl continued to fly out with unstoppable momentum. In that instant, the young girl was so scared that her face lost all color. At this moment, the captain of the guards, who had been blasted out of the restaurant by Ling Xiao, actually dashed over from the stairs. He waved his saber in an attempt to block the snake awl. "You overestimate yourself. I'll spare your dog life, but you still won't leave. Don't blame me for what happens next." Ling Xiao sneered. The guard captain was not weak either, even stronger than the girl. He had reached the late stage of the 8th level of hell in Yinyang realm. But so what? Ling Xiao, who had made a huge breakthrough in the mysterious valley, looked at this person as if he were looking at a clown. "Young miss, don't be afraid. I'm coming." He confidently rushed out just to block Ling Xiao's snake awl. However, The snake all shattered the saber in his hand and stabbed into his body. The poison was instantly released. He fell to the ground in fright, trembling and convulsing. The girl hurriedly gave the guard captain the antidote, but unfortunately, the guard captain still died. How could a poison that had been modified by Ling Xiao be so easily cured? But the guard captain's death was not in vain. At this moment, dozens of young experts had already entered the restaurant. These people were about 17 or 18 years old, but they were all powerful. They were all at the 8th level of hell in Yinyang realm. If they were in the 8 Immortals County, they would be much stronger than the 3 sect masters. The imperial capital, where geniuses gathered, was indeed worthy of its reputation. These people surrounded the girl. They were clearly the girl's escorts, or guards. The girl hid in the crowd, her expression ferocious. "You dare to attack me? You know who I am?" She roared angrily, like a tigress whose food had been snatched away. "I don't care who you are." Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a terrifying killing intent spread throughout the restaurant. This powerful killing intent caused the expressions of many onlookers to change greatly. They thought that Ling Xiao was just making things up when he said that he was Ji-hyun of Scylla's guest. But now they believed the young man's words. His strength was truly terrifying. "I don't care who you are, ugly woman. If you can attack me, I can attack you." Although that woman's words sounded ridiculous, she could attack others, hurt others, and humiliate others. Others couldn't resist or fight back. This didn't seem to make sense. However, Ling Xiao, who had experienced a lot, understood that this was not funny at all. In fact, it was very reasonable. In the capital city, there was a group of people like this. They held high positions and had illustrious backgrounds. They could often kill, torture, and humiliate others. They could break the law at will, but they would not be punished, because this was the law of the profound world, the law of the jungle. They might not be strong, but their relatives and their families were strong enough, unless you had the ability to overturn all of this. Otherwise, even if they bullied you, you would have to endure it. But Ling Xiao was a person who didn't believe in heresy. He couldn't be attacked and humiliated by others and still endure it. He was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire, a person who aspired to unify the profound world. He couldn't admit defeat in front of a vicious and ugly woman. Those people who were protecting the young girl looked at Ling Xiao very fiercely, as if Ling Xiao had committed an unforgivable crime. But at the same time, they were very cautious, because Ling Xiao's attack just now had already displayed part of his strength. Coupled with that powerful killing intent, they couldn't help but be careful. In the capital city, no one dares to call me ugly. Now, kneel in front of me, lick my shoes clean, and then swear allegiance to the 14th prince. I can give you a chance to become my slave, and let you accompany me by my side. The fear on the young girl's face gradually faded. Perhaps because there were too many people, her arrogant expression once again appeared on her cheeks. She must teach this arrogant youth a lesson. In the capital city, she had never been offended like this. This was the first time. The arrogance of a frog at the bottom of a well, that's because you haven't seen the real sky. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully, then lifted his foot and walked towards the young girl, coldly saying, "I will also give you a chance. Kneel down, slap yourself, 10 slaps to the face, then you can get lost. I won't kill you. Consider it giving face to the 14th prince, but don't go too far this afternoon." A contemptuous smile hung on his face. He believed that in this world, strength was always respected. Even if this young girl's position was very respected, without strength, she still dared to find trouble with him, a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant and seeking death. "What did you say?" The young girl didn't seem to hear Ling Xiao's words clearly. Her body was violently trembling. No one had ever dared to speak to her Like this, never. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more words. Using his hand as a sword, he pointed at the young girl, and a terrifying sword aura instantly soared into the sky. Even the roof of the restaurant couldn't block it. In the shadow martial arts, the weakest move, sword chiming mountain, was used by him. This was only a high-tier jade grade martial art, although it was the best of the high-tier jade grade martial arts. But it was still ridiculed by the flower protectors. You dare to show off a high-tier jade grade martial art? What a joke! A total of 8 flower protectors, in order to fight for the credit of defeating Ling Xiao, actually channeled their internal energy and attacked Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao's face hung a disdainful smile. Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and Yu Fanghua didn't have any intention of helping. The onlookers in the restaurant were all surprised. What an arrogant youth. The other party insulted him, and he will fight back, never compromise, never admit defeat. Humph, arrogant? I think he's stupid, daring to attack without knowing who the other party is. He's courting death. That's not necessarily true. Do you know where this youth came from? What if he's really a guest of Her Highness Jihyun of Silla? Jihyun of Silla isn't any worse than the War Prince. But this youth's martial arts skills are too weak. He must be from a small place. While the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao had already met the 8 flower protectors. Get out of my way. Suddenly, sword radiance gushed out. Yin Mountain appeared. The peak of Yin Mountain was like a terrifying sword aura, piercing through the defense of the 8 flower protectors. It was powerful and invincible. Boom! 8 figures flew out at the same time, landing on the street outside the restaurant. The 8 of them were injured by the sword aura, covered in blood, and obviously unable to continue fighting. Chapter 2602. Everyone discussed animatedly, their hearts filled with shock. It seemed that this young man was only 16 or 17 years old. How could he have such terrifying strength? Such a tyrannical cultivation? He fought against 8 people alone and easily won. This young man, even in the capital, could be called a genius. The young girl's gaze instantly froze. Her arrogant expression became extremely awkward. Watching her 8 flower protectors being sent flying with one move, her heart was already surging with monstrous waves. No, don't come over. She was terrified. She no longer had the arrogance from before. Especially when she saw Ling Xiao walking towards her step by step, the fear in her heart instantly rose to the extreme. Usually, she used her family's power to flaunt her prowess in the capital, wantonly humiliating foreign martial artists. Those people had never dared to resist her. So she became more and more arrogant. But today, she had hit a nail that made her incomparably regretful. Kneel. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. The young girl subconsciously knelt on the ground with both knees. She didn't want to do so, but that terrifying pressure seemed to have a terrifying magic that forced her to kneel. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Many people knew the identity of this young girl. Seeing that Ling Xiao dared to make the young girl kneel, they were all shocked. You asked me to kneel for you, lick your shoes clean, and be your slave. But now, you're kneeling in front of me, without even the courage to stand up. What are you? Ling Xiao didn't like to cause trouble, but he was absolutely not afraid of trouble. Because his strength wasn't strong enough, he hoped to keep a low profile. But if there were people who didn't want him to keep a low profile, then he would keep a high profile for them. He was afraid that if he kept a high profile, they wouldn't be able to control themselves. Moreover, facing this kind of vicious and ugly woman who wanted a yard after taking an inch, your weakness would only make her more rampant. If you took a step back, she would take 10 steps forward. If Ling Xiao really had to kneel today, then he would be crippled. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. This couldn't be allowed to happen. Moreover, kneeling to obtain the other party's forgiveness, That was obviously impossible. The final result would be kneeling, being humiliated, and possibly dying without a complete corpse. It wasn't as if there were no such examples. Ling Xiao had seen many, so could he admit defeat? Would he be able to do as he was told? If he couldn't do it, then he had to resist, even if the road ahead was filled with unknown dangers. Ling Xiao never thought of himself as a good person. He didn't think that he was a pushover either. He didn't think that he was a soft-hearted person. Since he had already come this far, he might as well be even more arrogant. You can't hit me. My status is incomparably noble. If you hit me, you're dead. The young lady's body trembled uncontrollably at this moment. Other than using her identity to threaten the other party, she couldn't find any other way to solve this problem. Honorable, I really can't tell. Ling Xiao said in disdain. You should understand that the profound world is a world where strength is respected. A person's status is earned by their own ability. Perhaps your family is very powerful, but in front of me, you are a complete piece of trash. A fox borrowing the tiger's might to intimidate others. Useless mud can't support a wall. Don't worry, I said before that I won't kill you, but these 10 slaps, I must do it. He continued to walk forward without the slightest hesitation in his eyes. Whatever he said he would do it. You're crazy. You lunatic. You dare to hit me? I will definitely let you die without a burial ground. Since I was born, in this world, no one has dared to slap me. Even my father didn't hit me. The young lady roared loudly. She wanted to turn around and run away, but the pressure Ling Xiao gave her was too terrifying, to the extent that her body couldn't move at all. Her, then I will feel very honored. The feeling of slapping your face must be very good. A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Stop your dirty and lowly actions. I swear, if you touch me, those 3 women with you will all be sent to the brothel and be trampled upon by countless men. The young lady let out a vicious curse. This made Ling Xiao's sneer become even more sinister. Other than deepening Ling Xiao's determination to hit her, it really didn't have any effect. There are some things that you have to pay the price for doing. There are some things that can never be said out loud. Otherwise, don't be surprised if you appear in the brothel of the royal city one day, because I've remembered everything you've said. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to just slap the other party and get it over with, but the other party's vicious curse made him want to take revenge. His friends, his women, no one was allowed to humiliate them. Never. Don't. The young lady was almost in despair. No matter how she threatened Ling Xiao's palm was already brandishing. A strong wind was blowing on his palm. With this slap, not only would she lose all her face, but her face would also be deformed. She could feel the terror of this slap. Have mercy. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the stairs. It was a woman, and Ling Xiao knew this woman. It was none other than Hong Min, who had followed Jihyun of Silla in the 8 Immortals County. At this moment, Hong Min-er's red dress was fluttering in the wind. She was like a goddess who had emerged from a raging fire. Her beauty and nobility actually caused countless people in the restaurant to cheer. This kind of beauty, if it were any other man, with just a few words, they would have already fallen under her skirt. TSK. Even Jihyun of Silla's top strategist is here. I'm afraid she won't be able to see today's slap. That's right. Although Jihyun of Silla and the Warring Prince are at loggerheads in the imperial court, they like to rope in each other's people. If Hong Min-er can save the young lady, it will be a great favor. That's right. Moreover, the young lady's identity is indeed not ordinary. Since Hong Min-er is here, if she doesn't help, it will cause a lot of trouble. What a pity. Everyone felt that regardless of whether Ling Xiao was Jihyun of Silla's man or not, since Hong Min was here, this matter should be over. Ling Xiao looked at Hong Min calmly. He had seen this woman once, but today he realized that she was even more charming than before, and she exuded a noble aura from head to toe. That kind of nobility made people afraid to get close to her. However, there was no change in his eyes. Hong Min-er's beauty was out of this world, but compared to the Moon Lady, she was still a far cry. Why would Ling Xiao care about her? Moreover, Hong Min-er liked to play tricks. Back in the Eight Immortals County, when it came to deal with him, it was probably this woman's doing. Therefore, not only did he not like this woman, but he also hated her. It was just that he did not show it. Miss Min-er is pleading with her. Chapter 26:03. Hong Minor felt helpless. She knew Ling Xiao's temper. He was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. She did not want to offend Ling Xiao because of this girl. However, after weighing the pros and cons, this girl's family was much more valuable to Jihyun of Silla than Ling Xiao. Therefore, she had no choice but to offend Ling Xiao today. That's right. You can't touch this woman. Hong Min-er nodded. Her tone was firm and unyielding. It was as though Ling Xiao had to do as Hong Minor said. This tone made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. Even Chun Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla doesn't dare to talk to me like this. You're just her strategist. I respect you, but I'm not afraid of you. I hate it when people order me around. I hope there won't be a next time. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and firm. Upon hearing this, Hong Minor frowned. Did Ling Xiao really think he was someone important? Jihyun of Silla treated you well because she wanted to use you. Now, your value is obviously not comparable to that girl's family. Why should she give you face? She sneered in her heart and said, I don't dare to say that I'm ordering you around, but it's not that far off. After all, you're a grand lord trained by Her Highness Jihyun of Silla. It's not too much to ask you to let someone go, right? Did you know that she attacked us with the snake all? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. Hong Minor nodded. Did you know that she wanted me to kneel down and become her slave? Yes. Then did you know that she wanted to send my friend to the brothel? Yes. Very good. So you knew everything. That's good. You knew, but you still came to plead for her. It seems like you think that I'm easier to bully than she is, right? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now that things had come to this, he could not admit defeat. If he bowed down in front of Hong Minor, such things would happen more often in the future. Therefore, he had to display his strength and willpower. Only in this way could he stand tall in front of Jihyun of Silla. You're right. In the balance of power, you're not as important as her, much less her family. Hong Minor did not deny it. You should know your place. Don't cause trouble for Her Highness Jihyun of Silla. Am I weightless? Today, I'll add some weight to you. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his hand to slap the young girl's face. Humans are not animals. There was no need to compromise on anything. It seems like you haven't figured out my character. When the loud slap was heard, Ling Xiao looked at Hong Minor coldly. He was giving Hong Minor a choice. They were his enemies, or continue to be his partner for the sake of mutual benefits. He wanted to tell Hong Minor that he was not an insignificant chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Humans have to pay for what they've done. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's slap landed on her face again. He slapped her 10 times. Every slap was loud and clear. When the slaps landed on the young girl's face, Hong Minor's expression turned ugly. Inside the restaurant, there was a deathly silence. Who was that young girl? She was the 14th prince's cousin, noble consort Jiu, Hua's maternal family. Although she was not a member of the royal family, She was a member of the royal family and had a close relationship with the 14th prince. The young man really did slap her. This slap was not only aimed at the young girl's face. It was aimed at the 14th prince's face, noble consort Jiu Hua's face, Hong Minor's face, and Jihyun of Silla's face. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a crazy person. The young girl's face was completely disfigured. However, she was not concerned about her face. She was concerned about her own face. She was a member of the royal family, noble consort Jiu Hua's maternal family. Many people wanted to curry favor with her. Who would dare to hit her? However, this young man did not hesitate to slap her 10 times today. Until now, she still could not believe that this was the truth. Her somewhat frightened and dazed eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Ling Xiao, you shouldn't have hit her. If you hit her, Jihyun of Silla won't be able to protect you. Not to mention the 14th prince, noble consort Jiu Hua's title is second only to the queen. Now, she's deeply favored by the king. If she were to say something to you, you wouldn't be able to survive in the imperial city. Hong Minor's voice was somewhat frightening and cold. Although she still had a noble air about her, one could feel that she was burning with rage. Ling Xiao had offended her. He did not give her any face at all. This was something she could not accept no matter what. So what? Ling Xiao looked at Hong Minor and said, so you're saying that I should kneel before her, lick her shoes, and become her slave? What a joke! Ling Xiao's voice was arrogant and unruly, cold, and awe-inspiring. This was an innate pride that was integrated into one's soul. A proud soul would not allow others to humiliate him. You might not like to hear this, but this is the imperial city, not the Eight Immortals County. Here, you're nothing. Even if she really wants you to kneel and lick her shoes, you should listen. Only then will you have a chance to live. You should know that in the imperial city, there are many men who want to lick her shoes but don't have the chance. Ha ha! Ling Xiao could not help but laugh coldly. What are you laughing at? Hong Minor asked with a frown. I'm laughing at you. Didn't you find out when you investigated me? When I first set foot in the Eight Immortals County, someone warned me as well. But I didn't listen. What happened in the end? Those people were all trampled under my feet and became my stepping stones to improve myself. To put it bluntly, the Imperial City is just a slightly bigger Eight Immortals County. The Chun country is not as strong as the Volcano country. Moreover, there are at least tens of thousands of countries like it in the Western region. What a joke! Do you think this is a scary place? I'd like to see what I can do after I hit her. Lunatic! Hong Minor was silent for a moment before she said, to think that Her Highness Jihyun of Silla and I had high hopes for you and let you become the suzerain of the Eight Immortals County. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. That's funny. What difference does it make whether Jihyun of Silla gives me the position of suzerain of the Eight Immortals County? That place is already my territory. If you don't believe me, you can ask your spies and see if they are regretting being locked in a steel cage. Ling Xiao stared at Hong Minor and said, I didn't mention this before because I wanted to cooperate with Jihyun of Silla, but what you did today made me very unhappy. Let's postpone the cooperation because you'll be responsible for the consequences of today's incident. If Jihyun of Silla still wants to cooperate with me, she'll have to pay a better price. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. You're still in the mood to talk about cooperation with me? Do you know that even if Jihyun of Silla and I don't pursue the matter, you're dead meat after hitting her? Chapter 2604. Dead meat? Ha ha. Hong Minor, I think you've misunderstood the crux of the matter. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, perhaps in your eyes, my value is incomparable to this woman's family. In front of her, I'm like an ant not worth mentioning. I can even be humiliated and tortured at will. I can't fight back or resist. Even if she kills me, I'll have to thank her with a smile. I'm sorry, but I'm not that lowly. Even if I don't do anything, I'll still be humiliated and even killed. I'll slap her, but I'll be happy in return. The worst outcome is still being tortured to death. Then, may I ask, how should I choose? Hong Minor, my great strategist? But have you ever thought that if you don't fight back, you'll be the only one to die? Once you fight back, all your family and friends will die. Can you afford to pay such a price? Hung Minor asked. Hearing this, Ling Zhao's face suddenly turned ferocious. He looked at the girl coldly and said, "In other words, I can only choose to die, or my whole family will die with me, right?" "That's right. Now, you know how powerful I am, don't you?" The girl seemed to have realized that she had a powerful backer. Although her face was deformed from the slap, her courage returned. She actually mustered the courage to yell at Ling Xiao again. Ha 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 ha! Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. "Listen up, little girl. No matter which family you're from, I can guarantee that before you hurt my family, I'll let you taste the feeling of having your family destroyed. Especially you, no matter what your family wants to do to my friends. Once I find out about it, I can guarantee that you'll disappear from this world. I can guarantee that no matter what price I'll have to pay, at least before the price falls on me, I'll let her pay the price first." His vicious words caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. What a terrifying young man. It turned out that before he made his move, he was already prepared to fight to the death. Although the girl's family was powerful, there were many people in her family who were not as powerful as this young man. There were even ordinary people. If this young man really became ruthless, not to mention that this young girl would die, her family would most likely suffer heavy casualties. For such a large family, it was not worth it at all. Exchanging thousands of lives for a few ants was really not worth it. A threat. This was a clear threat. Even the royal family wouldn't want to offend such a lunatic. He was like a poisonous snake. If you couldn't kill him immediately, then what awaited you would be endless revenge. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Hong Min frowned. She began to wonder if it was worth it to offend Ling Xiao for this girl. This Ling Xiao was really too calm. He was so calm that it seemed like everything was under his control. How could this be? Could it be that this guy still had some tricks up his sleeve? Come to think of it, when she was investigating Ling Zhao's identity, there were still many suspicious points that she had yet to investigate. "You dare threaten me? You dare threaten my family?" The girl clearly understood what Ling Xiao meant. She rubbed her pale face and asked in disbelief, "Looks like you're not so stupid that you can't be saved." "That's right, I'm threatening you." "So what?" Ling Xiao looked at the girl coldly. In his opinion, it was a miracle that this girl could live to this age. For such a stupid and arrogant person, no matter how strong her background was, she would meet her match sooner or later. Even if she didn't meet Ling Xiao, she might meet someone else. In the world of martial arts, there was no lack of lunatics. Not to mention that this girl was just a relative of the royal family. Even if she was from a legitimate royal family, she would still have enemies like the heavenly demon cult. Those people would even dare to attack a prince, let alone an idiotic girl. Perhaps you're so arrogant now because you don't know how powerful this child's family is. If you do, I'm afraid you'll have to kneel and beg for mercy. Hong Min felt indignant. Perhaps it was because she was used to controlling others. Suddenly meeting someone who didn't follow her routine made her feel a little out of control. She wanted to see Ling Xiao ask her for help, kneel in front of her and beg for help. This way, her master, Jihyun of Silla, would be able to control Ling Xiao better. Ha! I really don't know what kind of top expert can scare me into kneeling and begging for mercy in the small Qin kingdom. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Hong Min looked into Ling Xiao's eyes and said, "Her father is a martial artist at the peak of the Yinyang realm's 9th level of hell. As for her cousin, the 14th prince, his strength is even more unfathomable. No one knows his true cultivation, but everyone knows that he can easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the Yinyang realm's 9th level of hell." Hong Min hoped to see fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. The girl also hoped to see Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy in a panic. That way, she could return the 10 slaps to this guy. However, it was a pity, whether it was Hong Min or the girl, they didn't see a trace of fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. Instead, they heard Ling Xiao's disdainful sneer. "That's it," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "I thought it was some great expert. I wonder if you'll faint if I tell you my master's identity and strength." "Your master?" Hong Min frowned. She almost forgot that there was a rumor in the 8 Immortals city that Ling Xiao had a powerful master who could easily destroy the entire 8 Immortals mountain. However, she didn't find this person during the investigation, so she didn't take it to heart. Now that Ling Xiao mentioned it, her frown deepened. "That's right. This guy has always been very casual. He never gives in to others. It seems that he's not reckless. He's confident." Hong Min started to worry that she might have ruined Jihyun of Scylla's plan. Today, she was only here to pick up Ling Xiao under Jihyun of Scylla's order. However, she acted on her own initiative and helped the girl. If something really went wrong, she couldn't explain it to Jihyun of Scylla. "What kind of master can a country bumpkin like you have?" the girl asked disdainfully. "My master is from the Golden Heavenly Nation. With her cultivation, it's easy for her to destroy the small Qin nation. Otherwise, how could a country bumpkin like me have such a good cultivation? How could I have such a great talent? Those were all given to me by my master." Ling Xiao's words explained his abnormal talent and cultivation. It didn't matter if others believed it or not. It was just an excuse. Nonsense. How could the Golden Heavenly Nation have anything to do with a lowly guy like you? Chapter 26:05. It seems that you know something about the Golden Heavenly Nation. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "As a member of the royal family, you don't know how to concentrate on cultivation. You only know how to bully others and cause trouble everywhere. People like you will not only bring great danger to yourself, you may even destroy the entire royal family of the Qin kingdom. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. It's not like there haven't been such examples before." The girl's face suddenly became very ugly, although she didn't know if Ling Xiao's words were true, but because of arrogance, offending a strong enemy, and ultimately leading to the destruction of the entire family did happen. And it happened in the Qin kingdom, so she was very clear about it. "You're just trying to scare people. Do you really think that a few specious words are enough to scare off the heroes of the capital city?" Another person appeared on the stairs. He was about 40 years old, with a tall and sturdy figure. There was an explosive aura erupting from his body. On his left and right, there were 2 men following. The aura of these 2 men was actually comparable to Ling Xiao, and this man in his 40s was naturally much stronger than Ling Xiao. "Uncle Gu." Seeing this middle-aged man, the vicious girl seemed to have seen her savior. She ran over and cried, "Uncle, you have to uphold justice for me." "Good girl, don't worry. As the commander of the city defense camp, this old man is responsible for this kind of thing." Gu Tianba gently patted the girl's hand, then looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Boy, are you ready to die?" "Die. Sorry, I haven't lived long enough." Ling Xiao looked at Gu Tianba indifferently. He suddenly remembered that he had killed Gu Mingyu before. If Gu Qianba knew that his precious son was killed by Ling Xiao, what kind of expression would he have? Would he still have the mood to stand up for someone like this? This old man doesn't care if you've lived long enough. Today, you committed a crime in this old man's territory. If this old man doesn't kill you, I won't be able to answer to my old friend. But don't worry, this old man won't bully you. Let my two subordinates come down and spar with you. Gu Qianba smiled faintly. Marquis Gu still has the mood to meddle in other people's business? Why didn't he investigate whether his precious son had died outside? When I was on my way to Thunder City, I heard that a group of Arcana Academy's disciples had died in the mountains and were discovered by hunters. TSK. They died so miserably. One of them was even wearing the waist token of a first-grade military marquis. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the smile on Gu Qianba's face disappeared. Gu Qianba's face suddenly became very ugly. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao and reached out to grab Ling Xiao. He only had one son. If he died, it would be the end of his family line. The main reason was that she had provoked an enemy 2 years ago. As a result, her private part was destroyed, and she could no longer have children. If Gu Mingyu really died, then he would be in a miserable state. However, Ling Xiao was like a slippery loach. In an instant, his figure turned into several wolf shadows, dodging Gu Qianba's attack and grabbing the girl instead. The girl was so scared that her face turned pale, and she screamed in fear. I told you before that if your people touch me, I will kill you first. You didn't believe me before, but now you should believe me, right? Ling Xiao said coldly. Let her go, or I will kill you. Gu Qianba was very protective of the girl, but now, because he was eager to know the news of his son's death, he directly rushed over and tried to force Ling Xiao to let go of the girl. Boom! This time, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, Gu Qianba was blocked by a middle-aged man who had just arrived at the restaurant. Gu Qianba, are you crazy? My daughter is in his hands. Do you want her to die? The man who came was the girl's father. It seemed that his strength was not inferior to Gu Qianba. Experts were gradually showing up one by one. Father, save me. The girl shouted loudly, let go of my daughter, and I will spare your life. The voice of the middle-aged man who had just arrived was filled with anger. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Ling Xiao like a mountain, wanting to crush Ling Xiao directly. However, he miscalculated. Only the defeated Ling Xiao and the unintimidated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently and said, You know that your daughter is in my hands, but you still don't speak properly. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill her? How dare you? Do you know where this place is? Under the feet of the emperor. How can you act recklessly? Gu Qianba became even angrier. The terrifying pressure made the entire restaurant begin to shake violently, as if there was the possibility of it collapsing at any time. The crowd in the restaurant who were watching the show, except for a few who were relatively stronger, almost all of them retreated outside to watch this show. Ling Xiao could feel that the pressure on his body was getting heavier and heavier. However, his back was still very straight. He looked at the middle-aged man coldly and said indifferently, I told you to be more polite when you talk to me. A sword aura emerged from his fingertip and left a bloody mark on the girl's neck. The middle-aged man was shocked, but he was immediately filled with rage. Suddenly, he pounced on Lin Ruoxian and the others. Sai, Ling Xiao, I told you that you shouldn't have done that. Hong Min sighed and said, Now, do you still dare to repeat what you said before? Even if you kill that child, your 3 friends will have their blood splattered on the spot. She enjoyed the thrill of controlling others. She liked to see other people panicking. She hoped that others would beg her. Only then would she be able to satisfy her boundless vanity. However, Ling Zhao's face did not have the expression she expected, or fear, or regret, or panic. Ling Zhao's face was filled with absolute coldness and ruthlessness. His hand gently slid across the girl's neck. A big head fell to the ground, making a bang sound. The sound instantly silenced the entire restaurant. The reason why the girl's father dared to attack Lin Ruoxian and the others was that he was sure that Ling Xiao would not dare to kill his daughter. Because if he killed his daughter, Ling Xiao would have no hostages. But he never expected that Ling Xiao would actually attack. The girl's father exploded with endless anger and roared. He originally wanted to take Ling Xiao's friends as hostages, but now he did not intend to do that. His action turned into an attack. He wanted to kill the 3 women. At the same time, Gu Qianba also attacked. He charged toward Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had lost the protection of the hostages, he no longer had any scruples. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A gust of terrifying cold air suddenly swept up in the restaurant. It was as if the moonlight had turned into frost when it shone on the ground. Then Gu Qianba and the girl's father were both thrown out of the restaurant. "How dare you bully the man I like?" It was Yu Fenghua who spoke.